fucking garden.
All right, I'm hitting it. We're hitting it live.
That's what she said.
Let's see. Oh shit. That's what you know. Oh, see, there it goes again. It always does that with the picture. It takes it a while for that picture, that background
to pop up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. Already here. Let me share this out.
Well,
see who jumps in first too. They're gonna get the first shout out.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the. Did you tweet it out?
Nah, I'm about to make sure all the line is in there.
Okay.
Briarios, of course, first in line. Yeah, I always want to make sure it's got the whole title when I tweet it out, because sometimes I'd be cutting it out.
There we go.
They stormed the Capitol.
Briarios, what's good, brother? What's good? You got the usual crew in the house.
I don't know why
it's
not showing that picture.
I'm pretty sure in Manhattan in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, Manhattan, you still here?
He's in the background somewhere. He's still working on his shit. But
yo, we out here, man.
Z trying to get his shit to grow. His shit won't grow.
Oh man,
he's getting back up there. Yeah, some janky cable guy or something fucking with them. I don't know, something like that.
Hey, we ain't got Pastor Joe in here yet, so
yeah,
Manhattan can talk without anybody jumping in. And
Pastor Joe was ready to go. He was ready to go at like 4 or 5:30.
What Phil said? He spoke to me.
Oh man,
What's that?
See, oh man, just right off the bat, I could tell you why exactly why all that is horseshit and the marketing is non-existent. Because, well, first of all, they would have slapped the shit out of fucking Paris and all these other bots saying all this weird shit out there. Like, really?
Yeah.
None of them got a phone call saying, "Why are you putting out this like?" I mean, your narrative is worse than the hater narrative. Even acknowledging the hater narrative is kind of lame. I mean, honestly.
Look, check this out. This game, their biggest game of the year, probably of the generation, is coming out in 2 weeks. This game is not in anybody's hands. It hasn't gone gold, meaning it hasn't been shipped out to press. There's no CDs being printed right now. It's like it's not complete. It's not packaged. What's going on with this? We haven't even seen this game running on the consoles. We've only seen it running on PC. So is this game coming in hot? Like Redfall, they did the exact same thing with Redfall. Remember, we didn't see any. They flew everybody out. They showed them the PC version, but they couldn't see the console version. Is Starfield going to be that exact same thing? That scenario? And is Game Pass because of that? Is Game Pass the reason that they're doing this now? What about the quality control? We know Forza in the same boat, missing a bunch of features that should be there, and stuff like that. The downgrade of the graphics that they showed last. There's a lot of stuff going on here. We need to sort through this stuff, guys. So, y'all see the topics. Y'all know what we're going to talk about. Is this going to be a Rest in Peace Xbox podcast? Well, I'm on the panel, so it may be. I don't know. But I mean, we're going to try to make sense of a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're going to try to make some sense of this stuff. And everything I'm saying is the truth. I know Pastor Joe go come in here saying what he got to say, and hopefully somebody don't vote him out of here and throw him in that room. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. They were ready to storm Digital Foundry, so they might be too busy with that.
We got the Xbox. They are attacking Digital Foundry for saying that they got Dolby, they got janky Dolby Atmos that they paid $15 for, a goddamn app. And that shit, by the time you pull the trigger, it take 3 seconds to hear the gunshot. God damn. And Sony, Jim Ryan just said, go ahead and patch that shit in there. And
superior.
And they got the best version of Dolby Atmos money can buy. That's crazy, man. Salute to Jim Ryan for that. Can we all agree that Mark Cerny is a smart motherfucker? And he's just too superior, and he's like a fucking genius how he's able to take and do more with less. He didn't need 12 T-flops. He did more with 3 less T-flops, right? So can y'all imagine how this PS5 Pro and the PlayStation 6 gonna run? If Mark Cerny was able to do that with a 9 T-flops RDNA 1.5 GCN hybrid PS5 console that's overheating, that got liquid metal oozing out the back, according to the bots. And according to Digital Foundry, this console goes for $499 and it's selling out everywhere, and it's impossible to get one for the last 3 years. Why is that? Why do you guys think so many people want a PS5 and they stay sold out versus the Xbox consoles? They stay on the shelves. Why do you guys think that is? Have gamers spoken? Are gamers just rebelling against Microsoft? What is it?
This is just the culmination of like everything that, you know, it's like a snowball with these gaming companies. The way they start their marketing at the beginning of the generation to like the regulars, right? And then it kind of trickles down as people start to move, because really people don't really start moving over. I mean, people are still playing on their PS4s for the most part. You know, it's we're in that phase of people finally deciding, oh, there's enough software on this console, I'm gonna make the investment now. There's just tons of fucking games, and it's time to upgrade. And I think that's just the normal time, you know, halfway through the generation. You know, and Xbox hasn't had that momentum that it would normally have. I mean, it has some. I mean, it's just got its own thing going, but you know, they haven't been putting out a lot of hits as far as their first party hits. You know, like they used to have. Like you know, I mean, everybody's saying, you know, this Starfield is the first one since like Halo 5 and shit like that. So, you know, PlayStation has had quite a few that were big, and they put a lot of money into them, and they got the word out on them. That not everybody bought in yet, but that's still in the back of people's mind. You know, people that didn't play Horizon yet, that's still in the back of their mind. Spider-Man is going to be in their mind. You know, everything they've put out basically, and it's just snowball time. It's time to re-up on your fucking console, and that's what's going on. So people are going to really start buying them soon. You're going to really see. If there's really a divide, this is when you're going to see the real divide. You know, 100 million PlayStation, while, you know, Xbox is struggling to get 50. You know, shit like that. You know.
Yeah.
Man, I want to see that, but you know. Yeah, Manhattan, where is he?
Mark Cerny already tried telling these motherfuckers. They set up there, made fun of him. You had fake developers laughing at Mark Cerny. A man that went to school with degrees said T-flop is not end all be all. He told y'all that, right? They laughed at him. We know who they were. They got Twitter engineers laughing, talking about he didn't know what he's talking about. Mind you, we're in like what, almost year 4 into it. Even Microsoft themselves hasn't even put out a game that makes you like, damn, is Series X even worth it? I mean, Sony's definitely doing it, and that power narrative disappeared so quickly, bro. In the first year of when these consoles came out, this shit is crazy to me. And I come to find out that the X is the mid-gen refresh, and Sony got a whole Pro coming. If they can do more with less, imagine what they're gonna do more or more. I mean, I think about that shit. I mean, shit, even Digital Foundry recently went back to the older 1886, still said this could be considered a next-gen game.
Yep.
And that was on one T-flop. Y'all forgot about that. They went back to older 1886 and said that game could be considered a next-gen game. That's how good it still looked.
So let me ask you this. Is it the developers, or is it the hardware, or is it that Sony makes the hardware that the developers can use to be able to create those groundbreaking, graphically intense games like The Order 1886, like God of War, like Horizon, and so on and so on? Like, if you got a 12 T-flop box, why you not doing that? Like, know what I'm saying? Like,
they're not the
because of the
machine.
memory.
Well,
because of their whole memory constraints on the X of it being 2 separate memory speeds, that does make a difference.
But if the corporation was still it was a well-oiled machine as far as the gaming console division, I don't think that would be a problem. They would make up for it.
Because if you think about it, right?
They've never cared about gaming like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
They've really never cared.
But it's worse now. That's kind of my point. So I mean,
and the reason I asked about do you blame the developer or the hardware is because a lot of those graphically demanding games that Sony have are third party. A lot of them are first party, but even their third party. Look at Final Fantasy 16. A beautiful fucking game, and it's a third-party game. They partner with that Final Fantasy VII remake, right? That is a beautiful graphic demand. That's a Sony class.
I can't blame the
type game.
Jay, but the thing is that nobody wants to admit it. Sony's first party has been so spectacular to a point when a third party looks at games that has to go on PlayStation, there's a higher expectation than Microsoft, because people like they look at it. All right, so the expectation for the first party is so high when it comes to third party. Already understand, like, all right, we gotta be on our A game. Microsoft first party being shit show, so why should a third party be the one to give you the AAA type of like graphic and all of that, nigga? Yeah. You ain't doing it yourself. Why the fuck we gotta do it? So when it comes to Sony, it's a different ballgame because they doing it, so they gonna want you to do it. You can't knock against that shit. It's selling. The console is hot. I mean, so you got to be on your A game. So that's how it is when they work with third party. They have set of expectation that has to get met, and usually Sony kind of does their homework. I mean, they just good at this shit, bro. I just think honestly they just better at this than Microsoft. They know when it comes to scouting. They know who to go to. They just better at it. I mean, Microsoft just like whatever.
You have to blame it on the console. There's no other choice because think about it, third-party games, they come out on both. What about Ghostwire Tokyo? Came out a year later on the Xbox and was fucking way worse.
Shit, Pastor might not be able to get in this room. I didn't even think about that.
You know what I mean? Think about it. You can't blame that. You can't blame that on the developer when the hardware. You know what I mean? When there's limitations and shit with it, there's nothing they can do about that.
Yeah, but before we even get to this generation, you gotta remember. You gotta go back to remember the whole Platinum games with what was that Dragon game?
Scalebound.
Right, you gotta go back. They always had management issue, bro. It's not just like even dealing with third party, even first party. That shit been like that since like the Xbox One generation. We can see that shit was Scalebound.
Well, think about it.
Mellow.
How many years ago did Phil say that single player games are dead and blah blah blah, and then they have to, you know what I mean? It's like they've retracted 90% of the shit that they've said. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think all of it falls on the management of how Microsoft is managing the Xbox division. All of it. Yeah, including the hardware. The hardware wouldn't be like that in the first place if fucking they had their shit together.
Yeah. I think
you know what? It tells you one thing. One thing with the split memory on the Xbox. They never went and asked other developers what they wanted, like PlayStation did last gen and this gen. Sony went to all the devs and said, "Hey, what do you want?" He went to indie devs and big studios and everybody, and he said the first thing they said was, a shared memory pool. That was the number one thing.
And you know what the Xbox people said? They said, "Sorry, I'm too busy with this fucking ABK deal and all this other horse shit." So
No, they were laughing at Mark Cerny's door whenever he did his thing. But yeah, that's what they all laughed at him instead of listening to what he was saying. And then AMD uses the same shit that PlayStation put in theirs going forward on their own shit. So that tells you how good of what PlayStation did with conjunction with the AMD engineers. Like they worked together really well and made some good shit.
Yeah,
but I thought it was Microsoft though. What happened to Microsoft having developers writing codes and all that shit?
They did. They both do. You send developers to AMD, and they're in different wings of the building. They never see each other's shit or nothing, and they work on their own shit. And that's what.
Shout out to the real Defee.
Yeah, my brother. What's good? What's good, player? We just
subscribe. We
in here trying to see how we can make Xbox better. We got my brother Mello, his little Rodney's son, in the house.
Ish is checking out.
Ish in here. What's good? What's good, player?
Yeah.
Yeah, but again,
we want to see Xbox survive and thrive.
I'm
That's what
telling you,
we're
man.
talking about.
Because
y'all, not me. I want that shit to die quick. That
Oh shit!
the reason
you
why I
went over
blame
that shit.
management so much that look at Nintendo. Nintendo can work with third party and still get good product. Why is it that
Yes.
Sony Nintendo can do it, but Microsoft don't? I'm telling you, management is fucking horrible.
it's the management. It is. Listen, I've said this 1,000 times before. It's just like a football team or a basketball team.
Exactly.
When the head coach is fired, they fire all his coaches, assistant coach, and then they hire a new coach. The new coach is responsible for hiring whoever fits well with his thing. That's the thing. Okay, they let go of Donnie D, but they still kept the baggage. All the people that made the wrong decisions, they kept Field, they kept Aaron Greenberg, they kept Major Nelson, they kept all of these people, Matt Booty, all the people who were responsible for that shit being trashed. Now let's go back. Let's rewind back to the 360 era. We had Peter Moore. Peter Moore had his own team, right? They were doing their thing. They had a one unified vision. They knew what they wanted. They wanted to be the best. They were going to spend it whatever amount of money to be the best. They got Grand Theft Auto. They had all their exclusives, and they bought all the third party deals and shit like that, and they were fucking kicking ass. And then now we got it. These motherfuckers are advertising that you don't need an Xbox console to play Starfield. That's their marketing right now. They're telling you,
Jay
get a
does.
Samsung
Think about
TV. Get a
That console
tablet.
was never meant to be a true console anyway, because they're slotting it into server blades. So it's also was built from the ground up to be used in a server. So there's going to
what are they going to use next generation? What are they going to use next generation? When
streaming stick,
damn,
or a Series S.
because that got think about it, that got pushed back. That got pushed to the back burner. So they'll keep that for and they'll just be an app. There'll be an app on everything, a streaming stick, and then they'll be able to put their Game Pass on Nintendo and PlayStation. Then
I think
shout out to my brother Z, but he said this one thing and it stuck with me. He said he said this a while back. He said this years ago. He said, I just don't think Microsoft knows what a good game is. I don't know if they know what gamers want. And sure enough, just look at Redfall, just look at this generation going all of 2022 with no games. Even if you watch their showcase that they showed you, all of those games were fucking tinky winky type cartoony graphical games. They're not like photorealistic like what we're getting on the Sony side, right? Spider-Man, that shit looks fucking amazing. We know Wolverine is going to be there. Look at Stellar Blade. That shit looks fucking awesome, right? Helldivers 2, all the VR shit. We got Firewall Ultra coming out. We can keep going on and on and on. All of that shit that they got. The Final Fantasy 16. January, we got Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth coming out, right? Another realistic graphical power. It uses the power and shit like that. Microsoft hasn't launched one single game between last generation and this generation that uses the power of any of its consoles. And now the fact that the Series S is the main console, that's going to be even less more. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be even less. So when you see games like Avowed be downgraded to have Sea of Thieves graphic, Hellblade 2, maybe. But even then, right? The conversation, and you miss it. You missed it, brother. But we had a conversation where Buck was saying Digital Foundry recently went back to games like The Order 1886 that came out on PS4 only. That game right there, according to Digital Foundry, is still a next generation looking game. We've seen Hellblade right across the Switch, across the PlayStation, across PC, across Xbox, right? It's Hellblade. But we have yet to see that shit running on a console. So we know it's just, how is it going to look on the Series S? Look at Forza. It's been downgraded, right? Microsoft just don't make graphically looking games. Stellar Blade is coming out in January, Derek. They don't. So Buck, Manhattan, do you guys think the reason why we're getting the type of games that we're getting from Microsoft is because the end game is that streaming stick? It is that stuff. You can't have a graphical showcase game that can run on the Series X.
Yeah.
I mean Series S, right?
Yeah.
It has to. The Series S is the least common denominator, so they have to Fortnite these games. And when I say Fortnite, I mean like graphics. They have to change the
Hi-Fi
graphics,
Rush.
tone it down. Yeah, they have to Hi-Fi Rush it.
Mobile games.
That'll work.
Mobile games. Yep.
You could play. You could play Hi-Fi Rush on your phone.
Yep.
Over the cloud.
Absolutely.
Too. Over the cloud. You might get a little lag every once in a while.
And grounded you can too, because they're real easy to, you know what I mean? That's where they're going. That's why Greenberg said AA games. That's what they expect, because they want it. They know it's cheaper.
They'll look smooth too. Play that shit on your phone or your pad, you know, or your fucking Samsung. Absolutely. It's not much to, you know, to go through the whatever internet you got, you know.
And you can also shrink your development teams, because mobile teams are way smaller than regular studios.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, like complex shooters and stuff, you know, that doesn't work. But those kind of games with those kind of graphics, even a platformer, like platformers that are cartoony like that, you don't really need complete, because it's a 3D realm. It's not like it just, I don't know why it works when there's a little bit lag. You get used to it, let's put it that way, as opposed to like a shooter, you know, even a Halo. I mean, we'll get there eventually, but that you know, that lag is just kind of shitty. But yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Man, I'm telling you, it's.
Hey, awesome. PlayStation's even passing them in cloud now. They're like, Xbox has the worst cloud service now.
PlayStation's go ahead, Buck.
Well, it's like playing, you know, craps or something, or roulette, and you're putting more bets down. That's the way they probably look at it. Like, okay, we got the money to put like 10 fucking games right on the board, and if only one of them fucking catches and makes us billions of dollars, that's all you need, as opposed to. And I'm not saying putting out a $200 million Spider-Man game is the most. That's not too much of a bet, because you're banking on the fact that it's Spider-Man, and as long as you put out the quality product, it's gonna pay for itself. But
this is. But see, when people say stuff like that, right, about the whole Spider-Man, it's a known IP. It was just there. It's easy. It's not, because Sony is doing more. It's more, right? It's more than just making a great game. Sony is able to leverage the Spider-Man IP, and because they have a great game, right, that puts the word out, and then they go and create a fucking Spider-Man movie, right? The not just a movie, but you know what I'm saying, the Across the Spider-Verse, Beyond the Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse, all of these, and the animation movies that sell a bazillion copies, right? And it's the whole class of it, the whole ecosystem, will you say. They're able to leverage that IP that is beyond gaming. It's to TV shows, to movies, to all kind of other stuff, right? Look what they did with Twisted Metal. Look what they did with Uncharted. Look what they're doing with God of War and Ghost of Tsushima and all of their other items that The Last of Us. It takes Sony is doing more than just, I'm gonna just put this game. It's already a known IP. No, they are fucking they're taking this one IP where they sold 35 million copies of this game, right? Between the Spider-Man and the Miles Morales, they sold 35 million copies between those two games. But then, how many people went and saw Across the Spider-Verse? Into the Spider-Verse, right? You got all of that going on. And then on top of that, of course, you know, they got other shit, right? Now they got Venom. Now Venom is attached to the shit, right? Then, guess what? Then you got your Wolverine. All of this shit bleeds over across all of this stuff. And I think we have to start thinking bigger instead of smaller. And clearly, it's working for Sony. Yeah. How does Microsoft leverage that? They weren't able to. Halo Infinite, by all account measures, was a failure, right? It didn't do what it needed to do. They said it was going to be a 10-year game? Didn't they say it was supposed to be a 10-year game? Yeah. The shit ran out of content after like 3 months. People stopped fucking with it.
My point in bringing up a Spider-Man, though, was it's a different kind of gamble. Like, there's still gamble. I mean, fucking Activision had that shit for years, and they made the Spider-Man games. People turned off by them after a while if they're crappy enough. But also, Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man 2, like that came out. It was a fucking gigantic fucking budget. It didn't do what it fucking needed to do, and all the fucking Spider-Man merch and shit comes down when you have bad movies. That was why they made that Tom Holland deal and wanted to get him in Marvel, and it brought up all the Spider-Man IP, including the fucking video games, and they put more money into that. So the better they're, so it's still a gamble because one fucking wrong move and all your Spider-Man shit starts suffering. You know, there's shit like that. You still got to make quality. You know, there's no way around that.
No,
so
absolutely.
It's still a gamble, but it's an easier gamble than, let's say, a brand new IP for like 100 to 200 million dollars. That was the only point so like Ghost of Tsushima, that's probably less of a sure thing that's going to make them, you know, Spider-Man. It's got the name. But
well, Ghost of Tsushima is going to be a movie. You look at Twisted Metal TV show. Horizon is supposed to be a movie. Yeah, the Gran Turismo movie. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it's a 98 fucking it's a 98 what do you call it, audience rating or whatever. The audience rating, and it scored higher Rotten Tomatoes than fucking Mario movie, and we know that Mario movie was fucking awesome, right? So it's going to do great. I'm just saying Sony's leveraging the power of, they're letting video games dictate what they do outside. They make great games, and because they make great games, they're able to make money by doing other things with it, such as TV shows, music, movies, all kind of stuff.
Microsoft isn't that. They're just software. That right there is part of the problem because they don't care about that. Just like they could have had
they could have had Spider-Man. They could have had Marvel.
Yeah, they could have any game they want. Like all these third-party devs go to both sides and say, hey, do you want this? And they get an offer, then they go to the other side. And so all these big ones, they're passing up, which really, there hasn't really been any really big AAA games in Game Pass for a while, for about a few years. Now everything's double A because, you know, Satya probably said you guys don't have the budget like you used to, and that's why the marketing isn't there and all this shit, because they're not seeing the return on their investment like they should, you know?
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna lie, it's unfortunate. I think it's a wasted opportunity, but how do you advertise Game Pass to people who are gamers, but the gamers, they want games aside of Game Pass? I don't think it is.
Oh, sorry.
So you worry about Game Pass and not the games. That's their problem.
That's what I'm saying.
Games, all their problems would be solved if they had PlayStation's IP right now, and you put that in Game Pass. You have over 50 million subs like real fast just because of the quality of the games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I went to see Oppenheimer day one when it first came out. If I tell you there was like 15 minutes worth of Sony advertisements. They started off with the PlayStation 5 advertisement commercial. Then they rolled it out with the Spider-Man. They had the Spider-Man trailer, gameplay trailer. Then they wrapped that up into the fucking Twisted Metal, the Peacock. Is that Peacock or Paramount? It was Peacock. The Peacock advertisement that showed the whole Twisted Metal and shit like that. So they showed the Twisted Metal trailer, and then they backdoored it with the Gran Turismo movie. It was just, I was like overwhelmed by like, fuck, did Sony just buy 15 minutes of fucking airtime doing a movie? Like, this wasn't the Twisted Metal, this wasn't the Gran Turismo movie. This was to just see Oppenheimer. But they leveraged, while I'm sitting there, I'm looking around and like, all of these commercials, and it was specifically about Sony and their IP and their movies and their games and their TV shows, and that shit was crazy. I said, these guys are fucking geniuses, because clearly, even if I'm just the only gamer in the theater, motherfuckers had to sit down for 15 minutes and watch some shit that's advertising about Sony, about the
PlayStation. Yep, yes. It just worms in your head.
Yeah. And here we are, right? 2 weeks away from the biggest, Microsoft's biggest IP, not just of the year, but probably of the generation. Because there's no bigger game in sight, right? From what I understand. If there's anything else, you guys chime in. But And we have yet to see any TV commercials. We've yet to see any subways, any kind of marketing. The game hasn't went gold yet, and all these other games are going gold around it. So what I mean, what do you guys think about that? Do you think
Baldur's Gate's outshining it? It's way better RPG. You know?
Yeah. So I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, do you guys think that Microsoft just don't give a fuck?
Yeah, that was my line today. I woke up today. I mean, that's from an old MST3K sketch, but they just didn't care. Because I mean, every step of the way, you see that, like in the last. I mean, how many times are we going to go through this where it's like there's something that's just like, wow, they just didn't really give a shit, did they? There's a lot of stuff like
especially after Redfall.
Yeah, I've lost count.
Yeah.
And show after show is dog shit double A. You know what I mean?
That last show wasn't too bad, but that was softened because we had a disappointing Sony show. That was really what it was. They said both of them showed the same.
The fact that they didn't fumble it like they normally do. It's the standards for Sony, right, is uber high, and the standards for Xbox is super low. So of course, if Microsoft just fucking show up and not trip over their feet, that's a W for them, and I give them that W because they fucked it up so many times. But then they turn around and pull a Redfall, right? Like that, I don't understand. I think Starfield is going to do okay, but my God, if that game bombs,
Redfall was put out to take the heat away from Starfield with that 30 FPS.
Here's a couple people.
Nobody's pissed anymore.
Derek Stinkus, shout out to you. Thanks for pulling up. Somebody just pulled up and I said hi. Who was that?
What up, Derek?
Sam Walton, shout out to you. He just pulled it. Wayne Games, he said, I'm in Vegas with my girl, just dropping in to show some love. I'll listen to it later. Yeah, shout out to you. Thanks for coming through. AKA W Vine Games. As JW6 say. Shout out to you. Anyway.
Thanks.
Hey, Gamescom's next week too. Hopefully we find out some more Spider-Man shit next week.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, we'll probably get another game.
They could be a Gamescom. Yeah, definitely.
So, Pastor Joe, if you're out there, you can get into the room. I don't know why you couldn't say
Pastor Joe, stay your ass where you at.
Yeah,
we don't need you in here, my brother.
He was ready to go at 5:30. He had some shit to get. Yeah, he had some shit to say, but I don't know what happened.
He had some on his chest.
Oh shit! They letting Phil piss away less money. Yeah. So yeah, Derek Stinkus, he said, I think Microsoft side, corporation side, is starting to get tired of the money bleeding. Yeah, and that's why people like us are kind of afraid, and we're trying to give the warning to people like that it's a sort of climate change type of phenomenon that could be in effect, which is this shit could happen very quick. Like we're so used to Microsoft having all this fucking money and they can just buy their way out of shit, but the more you see like little pieces and stuff of how shit went left before, and we're kind of lucky to still have what we have now, if you really think about it. So, and when you bleed money, and how many generations has it been where they fucked up? And like, I mean, Jesus, like how many times can the corporate side just be like, you know what? Let's eat another few $1 billion and just throw it into the fucking garbage again for another year. Like, it's like, no, corporations don't make a decision and it's like that, bam, it's gone. We watched it go down with Sega. We have the little historical perspective on that, and that happened a lot. Sure, we talked about it for a little while, but from the point where it was like announced and to the way it was fucking gone and you didn't see it on the show, it was very, very short.
Came and gone under my nose.
They spent millions on all those streamers, and Cut Mixer just gone.
They paid Ninja, was it 32 million, 64 million, something like that. In between 30 and 60 million, and 6 months later, they fucking Mixer wasn't a thing. They killed it. So clearly, Microsoft, I know y'all think, but they just spent $100 billion, $70 billion. Clearly, Microsoft got $3 trillion. So $70 billion ain't shit. You know what I'm
And
saying? Like,
they'll make way more money going third party anyway. It'll save money on hardware development and all
yes,
that, and they'll put their games
yes,
everywhere and make three times the money
and
because
that's
they're
what
on
we're
2 more
saying.
platforms.
We're all just trying to like say, hey,
they'll have
the console division. That's what we all grew up around, and that's what we know, and that's what we know. Xbox. If you're embracing the new version of Xbox, that's a whole different story. You can go embrace that, but those of you guys that are just thinking that this console part of it is going to be there forever, and it's gonna, I can't say that anymore.
Hey, the past 3 quarters of financials, the console hardware sales have been down double digits. That is not good. When and even Game Pass, like it's been up or down only, a couple percentage points or whatever. That's not good. Satya is not going to sit there and take that because that looks bad on Microsoft, and they're only going to take that so long, and he's going to say, kill it.
Yep.
And I don't want that to happen, but if they're going to be the fucking company they're going to be, then it might be time to like just start saying, okay, you guys are better. Like that's why it was like fucking Kid Smooth, he says shit every once in a while, he's out there clout chasing all the time, but he was right with what he was saying, and that's a fucking perfectly valid opinion to have, saying, well, if it's gonna go away, well, let somebody else fuck. He's not saying I want fucking Apple to come in and fucking take Xbox, or he wants it destroyed. He's just saying, well, shit, if it's gonna fucking die, I'd rather have somebody else fucking take it on, and maybe it could fucking survive. The console portion, of course. That's what he, whatever he was a fan of. I mean, I don't know the guy, but from what I understand, he comes from the,
But I don't think Microsoft would let that happen, because they're not going to sell it to somebody and then see them succeed and make them look bad. They're just going to kill it.
Well, that's all the more reason why getting on somebody for that opinion is equally stupid, because he's just fucking dreaming. Like, it's like when we were all like, when Sega was dying, or our favorite show gets canceled. Oh, fucking Ted Turner's going to come in and save the show. That kind of, it's like, it's just fan dreaming. I've done the fucking same thing,
But okay, so let's say this, right? Since you brought it up, Buck, you did make, and I'm glad you did. You did make a distinguishment between the old school gamers and these new guys, the new Xbox guys that just kind of came into gaming. We have a perspective that they can't see, and I think that's the difference. Our perspective is like, what the fuck are you doing, right? Just like Kid Smooth early in the week, it was bad because it feels like Microsoft isn't advertising Starfield, and Starfield is coming out in 2 weeks. It's like there's no commercials, there's no nothing. And he was right for that. He got attacked for it, but he was right to ask these questions. But again, he's an old school gamer. But these new guys, you don't need advertisement. You don't need this, you don't need that. And they don't, like, they're not paying attention. We see these numbers month after month with negative 33% this month, negative 133% that month. And the month before, like, it's just like, fuck. At what point before your console goes away, before the shit just shuts down, before it goes the way of Mixer, will you be like, hey, maybe it's a great idea to do this, to do that? Like, these guys are just so accepting of fucking anything. Yeah, you can't even mention anything that's rational, because they're going to attack you like they did Digital Foundry today.
Well, they did that, but you have to remember, the ones that are out there putting the word out are the ones who gets flown out to events, and they feed it to the rest of the community. So that's part of the problem. You know what I mean? Them ones are kind of leading everybody on too. Now, like Kid Smooth's he's not part of that. So he comes out and says something, but as soon as he does, the whole defense force comes out and beats him down, just like they did Digital Foundry today.
And it's not about like you're being a dinosaur or anything like that. Although with some gamers, there's probably a little bit of that. They're old and they like their old school. They still buy the physical, which I do to an extent, but I've always embraced the digital and the streaming. Like, I was on OnLive back in the day. The same thing with the way I consume movies, and I've never been like analog versus digital guy. Like, I fucking made music on laptops when back in the day when we were still using tape and shit. It's like I always embraced the new shit, but it's not about that. It's just knowing the economy and the kind of games you get because of these giant corporations doing these consoles and the hardware and everything that comes with that is how you get the fucking, not just, yeah, I can go on Steam right now and probably find an RTS that'll make me kill hundreds of fucking hours. But there's a difference between that and paying a ticket to go to fucking see something in the IMAX, right? That's what buying these fucking, AAA games is. You buy the ticket like Spider-Man is going to be, and that's the only difference is just the economy that it allows you to get those types of games. Like if you're a kid and you grew up in like, maybe for some of these kids, their first gaming experience could have been Steam. They were on Steam, so they would fucking play whatever the fuck they'd play on there, and it was fine. And we always have that choice, and that's always there. We're just saying we want to keep also this other side of it, which makes like we wouldn't have Final Fantasy in the first place if it wasn't for like back in the day when PlayStation. You remember when they moved Final Fantasy VII from N64 development over to PlayStation. It's like that's the kind of shit that we got over the years thanks to the economy that fucking console gaming and the competition between the consoles, the hardware companies. That's what it afforded us, is these giant budgets, and it pushed gaming forward. We didn't have that on the fucking PC back in the day. Like releases were small. They platinum on a fucking PC game in 95 was like, if you sold 10,000, you're like fucking, you're doing good. You sell that much software, or 100,000, that's like fucking really crazy. But on console gaming, it grew from a AAA selling 250 to now we're saying 20 million and shit, and it's like we don't want to see that part of it go away. That's all.
Exactly.
Where it's just consolidated and it's fucking socialist gaming where you're just opting into like slop, basically, like fast food gaming, which could easily become it, and it wouldn't be just Microsoft's fault. It would be all their faults because there's no competition. Like Sony could turn into complete horse shit, like without the competition. What they're gonna compete with Nintendo.
That's true, but here's the thing though. When people say that, Buck, this is my comeback from that. When was the last time Xbox has been competition for PlayStation?
Yeah, it's
been since the 360 era, right?
Yeah,
so
360.
That was 2005.
Yeah. Well, I guess technically
to 2013. Yeah.
But I'm saying when it started, right? So we got to go way back to fucking 2005 when there was fucking competition. Now I'm talking about like when there was really competition, because at the end of that generation, towards the end, like Sony was beating the shit. Sony was beating the shit out of Xbox. But I'm saying like back when Sony was the underdog, when they were, when they fucked up and all kind of stuff. So it's been that long, since 2005 all the way to fucking, dude, that's been over 20 fucking years. That's been close to 20 years. Do you really think that that Xbox just being fucking mediocre, the last place, the laughing stock of the gaming industry, do you really think that that's healthy? Because what they're doing is just throwing shit at the wall to see if it's going to stick. And a lot of this stuff is contagious and it's not what you want, right? A lot of people didn't really care about the games as a service game. A lot of people didn't like games going to PC. A lot of this shit comes directly from Microsoft trying stuff, showing that some stuff can work and some can't, right? So just because you're there doesn't mean you're fucking competition. Last generation, look, they're getting stumped out this generation. They got stumped out last generation, right? And we had to go all the way back to the time before then when there were even any competition. So Xbox just really hadn't been competition in gaming for 20 years. So I don't think there should be a fear that if Xbox goes away, all of a sudden Sony's gonna not need us to go out and fucking spend a bazillion dollars on games, or not need us to buy fucking these PlayStation consoles. No, PlayStation is the bread and butter. It keeps the lights on. It's just like Nintendo. Nintendo has no choice but to be good, because that's the only way that they're making that's their bread and butter, right? They don't do anything else. So Sony's in that same boat. This is why they're doubling down on VR. They're doubling down on first-party games, third-party marketing deals, second-party games, cars, the IP, the TV shows, the movies, and everything else. That's why Sony's doing what they're doing. Exactly, and they care. Why you think the quality, right? They have to keep the quality. That's why Sony said, nah, delay that shit. We don't want to put out we're not Phil Spencer. We're not just going to throw a fucking game out there and just... And
Microsoft tries to go at it cheap, and they're following trends. They're relying on too much, trying to get the next Fortnite, instead of just making good fucking games.
This is how I make my
Nobody gives a fuck about you chasing Fortnite. Nobody cares. But if you want to take a shot here or there, that's okay. But you still got to make great games, just like PlayStation. They're still making their big first-party games, and they got all these other studios, and now they're going to be making
and of course
multiplayer games too at the same time, on top of their AAA big IPs too. So that's how you do it. You don't fucking just throw shit at the wall and hope, because you're just wasting money, time, everything, and then nobody trusts you because you don't put out good games.
I would say that's been the point. I mean, your point with software for sure. But you could make a case that at the beginning of this generation, no, it was hard. It was still hardware for hardware. They were still trying to be the old Xbox, you know. Hey, look, we got the most powerful so in that way, yeah. But this is going to be the cutoff point, though. Is that this fucking PS5 Pro comes out, and they don't have an answer for that? Then obviously they're not fucking competing anymore. So we can nip that in the bud, because they haven't been really doing it with software lately. That's for sure. But
that's the telltale sign there, though. When Digital Foundry came out and said, Microsoft, Phil Spencer told us that the Series X is the mid-gen refresh and the Series S is the current gen console. They're not gonna. They got it.
They come out with a third console when they're having problems with the two they have already. That would just make it even. You know what? You would drive third parties straight to PlayStation. They wouldn't even bother with Xbox.
It's fucking hilarious that this has happened.
Well, even if they do come out with another console, it's still going to be hamstrung by the Series S.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Guess.
Yeah, they backed themselves in the corner with that.
Yeah, the Series S, the developer's still going to have to deal with the Series S, so it don't matter how powerful that. Like, I think they've given up on the power, right? They tried the power. They had the most power last generation with the Xbox One X. That didn't help. They started this generation with 12 T-flop system. That didn't help. I just think the next thing that they come out with is going to be that streaming stick, the Samsung TVs. The Game Pass app that's probably going to be on PlayStation and Nintendo Switch once they get out of the hardware. That's the future. I know my brother Max City don't want to accept his gaming overlords have already won, but Phil Spencer has already said it. He said it doesn't matter if Starfield is 11 out of 10, right? He said it don't matter because at the end of the day, Sony and Nintendo are too strong. And they games are just too good, and the consoles are just too good.
He was right, but he was a little hyperbolic. Come on now, one game 10 out of 10 isn't going to do it. But if you start consistently putting out bangers, that'll change shit. Yes.
Well, no. I'm okay. So I'm gonna back him up on that. Because what he really said, right, is he said it's not going to change anything in any tangible way. It's not like everybody's all of a sudden going to start selling their PlayStations and buying Xboxes. All it's going to do is make the Xbox guys feel more secure about their purchase. But that fan base is so small, it doesn't matter. Right now, they're getting outsold 2-1, going on 3-1 by the end of this year.
Fan base keeps getting smaller. That's my whole point.
That's true.
If you're not going to put out good content, you're going to lose everybody.
But I'll be honest, the diehard Xbox guys, the OG Xbox guys, they've already left. They've already either went to PC or they went to PlayStation and they didn't look back. I think only people like Mac, only folks that be capping, you know, and Pastor Joe, only the Phil Spencer stands are just sticking around because they like his smile and his dimples. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
My brother Mac. Oh man, you like the dimples, Mac? Oh man.
So,
but
Jim Ryan said the COD was everything.
He said,
he said that.
No, in the court, in the court case when he was trying to, you know, but Phil Spencer did a live. We got Phil Spencer in 8K live video, Mac. So it don't matter what Jim Ryan say in court, right?
Should we repeat what we asked earlier? I think we were asking Pastor, even though he's not here, why this fucking deal hasn't went through yet? What the fuck? What happened, Maxie?
I think it. Matt, I thought this deal was supposed to be wrapped up by now, man. What's taking so long?
I was supposed to buckle up.
Yeah, buckle up and wait. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, because isn't the new deadlines? There's one in August and one in September, right?
Yeah, the new card is a PlayStation. It has a PlayStation 5 exclusive demo. So PlayStation guys are still getting perks for the next 10 years, so it don't matter.
Yeah,
I mean, let that sink in. These dudes gotta wait 10 years before they see any kind of anything from that goddamn Blizzard Activision deal. And think about it, the console won't even be a thing in the next 5 years. So I mean, at this point, most of these dudes have transitioned from Xbox dudes to Microsoft dudes. These are Microsoft money counters. They don't even talk about the games or the console anymore.
Straight Game Pass.
Do they even realize
or they bring out Microsoft revenue?
Do they even notice that there's timing on this that is just like very obvious? Where they, like everything that's like happened, it's been on almost like a timeline. Kind of like the disclosure shit that's going on with the UAP and shit, right? You have to get all your ducks in a row, right? And then you start putting out the little, oh, guess what? Oh, it turns out we don't have the world's most, and also guess what? That was the mid-gen refresh. Oh, now no console. It's like it's all step by step. It, you know,
they change it every day to day. When people, what it is when gamers start asking questions and started like when Paris go up on the panel, right, and he asks Phil questions, or these guys sometimes they ask legitimate questions, and Phil gets on the hot seat, so he has to answer real. He can't, you know, when you're on the internet, you can lie, you can just make up some shit because you're on the internet. Who cares? But when somebody got you in 8K, that video don't go away, right? Yeah. So that's why it's like, man, I gotta watch what I say because this shit gonna be forever.
Yeah.
So I think, man, at the end of the day, it's if let's come up with this scenario. Phil already said with his own mouth, right? We got him in 8K saying Starfield can be 11 out of 10. It's not really going to change much with Xbox. They'll still be in last place. But let's say if this game flops. What if Starfield flops? What are going to be the ramifications for that?
But they've already set it up with everybody that it doesn't matter.
Media bot.
Well, because it can flop, and they'll be like, Phil already said the point was to flop. Or some such thing. They've already had the built in, so it doesn't even matter.
They'll make it up and say,
they have different metrics.
They'll do what they did with Redfall. Remember, they was hyping that up before, and you ponies finna start crying when Redfall drops. Redfall drop, it's a dud. Well, you know, we knew it was gonna drop. We knew it was gonna flop. Yeah, it's okay. They're just gonna kick the can down the road, and then they're gonna wait till Forza, right? That's just gonna be a dud. And then they'll kick the can down the road for Avowed and the rest of them trashes. It's unfortunate. I mean, it really is unfortunate.
It all goes back to caring. You got to care about console sales. You got to care about the games you make. It all goes back to caring about gaming, and they just don't. They never have and never will.
I got this video clip of Ches Corden saying, and this was a couple of years ago when he said it was like a year and a half ago. He said, I just have this feeling, this gut feeling, that Xbox is ran by a bunch of suits that are not in it for the craft. They're not in it for the artistry. They don't care about, they're in it just for the money as far as how they can do it, right? And that is so true. It's ultimately true. Because if you're really in it for the artistry, and if you when you see Nintendo games and you see Sony games, right? Their developers are so passionate. Even the executives are so passionate when they talk about these games and the idea and imagination and all kind of stuff that went along with it. When you see shit like when you see shit like Redfall, Bleeding Edge, and Halo. Remember when Phil Spencer said, "If we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox."
Oh shit!
He said it. Got him in 8K. I still got the tweet.
And he probably got that line from somebody who worked on Halo that felt that way, because doing this kind of work, especially dev work and programming and shit, you gotta have fucking passion for the art of it. To sit in front of a fucking computer for 12 fucking hours, that shit is draining. That's like working a 20-hour job for if you're steady working programming on a fucking computer, that 12 hours, that's like 24 hours. You might as well be working out in the sun. I mean, that's just fucking hard. So you got to have fucking that passion for it. That's why you see people, they drop out eventually, and if it's not fun, you're not having a good time, or you think the morale is doing bad because you're a laughing stock, that shit snowballs. So I'm not surprised, but
look how many devs have left Microsoft Studios.
But you can always get that back though, because there's always
they're still leaving.
Yeah, but
they're still leaving.
You could turn that around with management, because there's always new fresh artists that are coming up that you could hire that would be passionate about this shit. But you got to want to from above, and then that trickles down to you could have all new people and change around. All it takes is like the one fucking leader that like can just start doing shit right. There's no shortage of fucking creative people.
But I don't think that matters, Buck, because the management above them dictate this and that.
Yeah,
and
they just don't care.
You know what I mean?
That's
because how many devs have we seen go from like Insomniac and then they came right back, or worked for some big AAA studio and go there and work there 6 months a year and then they're gone again. We see that all the time.
Shit. I don't mean to be a downer on it, but goddamn.
Hey, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do when that's the reality. People don't like it, but hey, don't shoot the messenger. Like many of us in this community tried to warn the Xbox community years ago, and they called us crazy and all this shit and blah 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 and no. You know what I mean? It's just the same bullshit. They don't want to listen because their pride's hurt because whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, shit. I don't mind to just beat up on Xbox.
Look at Baldur's Gate. It took all the hype away from Starfield because it's a RPG, and now even devs are saying, "Oh, don't raise don't raise it up. We're not going to that level." And it's like, well, why not? Like they raised the bar, now everybody else got to try and meet that.
There's been a lot of that lately. I've seen. I'm sick of the nobody uses this line. Like, instead of defending it, like, okay, so what if you feel there's some fucking Sony ponies out there and they're just saying shit to hate on it? That's still no excuse for you to go, so what, it doesn't have split screen, who plays that anymore? It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Don't say anything. Just say, I'm not cool with that. But then you're turning it into even cringier thing that people hating on it for not, and using it as some console war ammo by just throwing your hands up and saying, "Oh, fuck, I'm on their side, so corporate can do whatever the fuck they want." It's like, no, just because they're basically, it's just cutting corners. That's all it is. Don't just automatically be okay with it. I mean, you can give your opinion, I guess, and say, I don't really use that, but it still is bullshit when you cut these corners that people expect or whatever. But
live? What?
we're in here.
Good
Yeah,
night.
I don't know where
Good
James.
night.
There's Pastor.
Good night, Bob. I'm hearing some real, how to say,
Salt.
madness. That's madness.
Well, I'm glad somebody's here.
Did he even now said Baldur's Gate took all the hype away from Starfield?
I think he did.
Yeah, because it scored it scored like the highest score. Like, come on now.
Right now, Baldur's Gate.
Devs are actually saying we're not going to raise the bar. Don't expect us to raise the bar like Baldur's Gate 3 did, and the fucking gamers are coming at them just for saying that.
All right.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 is not even a game that ponies play.
Who cares?
Oh man, what is it?
Who cares?
Listen. I guarantee you.
Is it a game that Xbox dudes?
Listen. Before you guys get into the slander and everybody against me, I guarantee you, Bob, not one pony that we know have ever played Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. Guaranteed.
Okay.
Does it matter?
Guaranteed.
You know what?
Right?
I'm gonna have to agree with you there.
It does matter. It does matter.
But those games weren't on. Those games probably weren't on PlayStation 5. So who cares?
Pastor, can I give you one too? If you dig through back in Disease archives, here I'll give you one. You might be able to find this. When Baldur's Gate, there was a Baldur's Gate that was coming out on I think it was Stadia or something.
Yeah.
What was it? And like, yeah, we made fun of fucking Baldur's Gate for like a good half a year. So
the reason why these ponies are grabbing onto Baldur's Gate is because they are done bad. No, they are done bad. And guess why? Final Fantasy 16 couldn't do it. Look how fast Final Fantasy 16 has been swept under the rug. No one is talking about it again.
Why would you say
it's a Dolby, Pastor? It's a Dolby.
Are you a gamer?
If Final Fantasy was something that you guys were promoting and so forth, you guys would have never been.
And then the next game comes out, and you go to the next game.
Because we're.
Hold on. Pastor Joe, this is how it went. Final Fantasy 16 came out. It sold 3 million copies in less than a week. The creators said, listen. You gotta listen, right? Because you're not a PlayStation guy. You don't even play games, right? But just listen to somebody who play games on the PlayStation 5. We bought the game. We supported the game. It sold a lot of fucking copies. And on top of that, think about it. In mere months, in January, we got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out, right? On to the next Final Fantasy game that you Xbox guys won't get access to. So you can keep trying, but at the end of the day, you're not going to buy. No. Listen, you're not going to buy Baldur's Gate. You know why? Because it's not a Game Pass. Xbox guys aren't going to do it, so it is what it is. So why do you care? What do we do with our exclusives? There are exclusives. Baldur's Gate is a PS5 exclusive for this year, so who cares?
Actually, and this is sad. It's very sad to see that any little win that these ponies get the latch on to.
Wait, you say it's a win?
Any little
Thank
win.
you, Pastor.
You just gave them a win.
Thank you, Pastor.
Why would you say that?
Raising the bar.
It's a win.
You just
Mr. Joe said it's a win.
No, wait. I would have just hit said something good, right? Now, any little perceived win that these ponies.
I never said anything about it being anything. I just said that they raised the bar and other devs are scared.
I agree with you.
Forbes said that Microsoft
anything to do with PlayStation. I never even said PlayStation.
Forbes website said that Microsoft they keep giving Sony these W's and keep giving them exclusive games, free exclusive W's for PlayStation 5 when their own fan base can't even play these games because the hardware is too fucking weak.
Didn't Forbes also say that the PlayStation brand would be dead in the next 5 years? Didn't they say that?
I don't know. You posted this You can't even see the date or nothing. You posted something. That shit was fake.
If it is you are quoting Forbes, I would suggest that you also quote that they said in the next 5 to 10 years, PlayStation will be dead. But that's besides the point. The point is this, right? Let me say this before
that article was from 2012.
Listen,
2012.
No. That was a recent article, Sublime.
When was that article? You cut the date off faster on purpose.
Bullshit that he says every 3 years he comes out with this crazy bullshit that never happens.
Listen, no.
Just like he said console gaming was going to be dead by now. He said that about 7-8 years ago. Go back. There's articles.
Baldur's Gate have 28 reviews exclusively for the PC platform, not for the PlayStation 5. For the PC platform, 28 reviews, right?
Okay.
Out of those 28 reviews, about 90-something is positive, 90-something% is positive, right? Fine and well.
It's the highest rate. It's the number 2 highest rated game in history.
On PC. Thank you, right? Now, when it is that Heath said that this set an industry standard, I would agree with Heath, right? It's an industry standard, devs that are not developing good, they are complaining that, the bar is too high now, right? That is all fine and well. However, even Twitter had to correct IGN, had to correct MBG, had to correct all these ponies who are claiming that Baldur's Gate 3 is a PlayStation exclusive or a time exclusive. Twitter is saying, this is the moderators of Twitter saying, this is false information, right? And it's misleading that Baldur's Gate is being produced for both Xbox, PlayStation 5, and PC. That's the consoles it's coming out on. So if ponies want to claim that, no problem. But it really goes to show how you guys are right now dumb bad.
Hold on. Let me reply, Pastor. Listen, here's the thing, Pastor Joe. Here's the thing. Your console is last place. Xbox is being listen. Starfield is being advertised by saying no console required.
Wonderful. That's a beautiful marketing scheme.
Listen, this game, which is a multi-plat, it's supposed to be a multi-plat. It's out on PC. It comes out in a couple of weeks on PlayStation 5 this year. The developers themselves said they don't have an ETA on when the game will ever come out on Xbox because listen. Give me a date. When did they say it was coming out, Pastor?
The developer said.
When did they say? Just give us a month. Give us a month. Give us a date.
The developer said at the end of the year he will give us a further update on the Xbox version. That is what he said.
Okay, so that means it's not coming out. Hold on. So that means it's not. That means it's not coming out this year. That means it's not coming out this year. That means for 2023, Baldur's Gate is a console exclusive. The only console you can play it on is the PlayStation 5, sir. Why can't you admit that?
That is
Pastor. Actually, both of you. Yeah, Pastor, just a second.
Go ahead.
Well,
let him talk.
First of all, Johnny Gaiman, shout out to you. He just pulled up, and then who else? 22. Shout out to you. But
else 22?
Yeah, Emmanuel just popped in. I'm about to start anyway. So, Pastor, finish what you're saying, and then you guys can rock. Yeah.
Yes. I'm to agree with Pastor. Go ahead.
Yeah, just finish your point. Yeah.
No, and it really shows this narrative. It really shows how disgenuous the media is and disgenuous fans are. Because I made a video where I did some research, and one game that was had developers' problem in the PlayStation 3 generation was the orange box.
Damn, he went way back to the PS3.
Hey, thanks for P-Rock too for checking it out. Shout out to you.
Listen,
P-Rock.
No, Orange Box had development problems for the PlayStation 3, so much so that the developers had to
release. Who gives a shit? It has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Listen to the reason. Let me finish. So much so that they released Orange Box on the 360 2 months before they released it on the PlayStation 3. Now, they didn't have a timeline as when they were going to release the PlayStation 3 version. It just so happened that it released 2 months after. The point is that no article came and said that here what Orange Box was a time exclusive for the Xbox. Orange Box is a time exclusive, and guess what? Sony.
There wasn't the coverage back then like there is today, too, Pastor. Come on.
But the point is that sickness knows no time. If you guys were sick then, you guys will be sick now, and it's very clear that the narrative has changed. No. Baldur's Gate is a time.
Hold on, guys, man. Come on.
Go ahead. Everyone wanted to say something.
What exactly is a time exclusive? Can you define it for me?
Hold on. All right, this is gonna go into my point. Okay, listen. I agree with Pastor here. All right, this is not a timed exclusive. It's not a console exclusive. We need a new term because these are new times. Okay, we need new definitions. All right, an exclusive to me is when a company makes a deal with another company and there's a contract that says, hey, this game will be on our platform, excluding these other platforms, whether that's one or multiple, for a certain allocated amount of time. Whether we know it as a consumers or not, it doesn't matter. The point is there's a contract out there that has it written down in ink. This will be kept away from this other platform for at least this amount of time. That's the window. That's an exclusive, okay?
Exactly.
We need a new term for these new times, okay? Because Xbox has done something new. And that is, we are in the era of the Xbox avoidant games. There are going to be games like Baldur's Gate 3 that purposefully, consciously, on their own accord, avoid releasing on Xbox. So we need a new term. I'm not saying that Xbox avoidant has to be the term. I'm just saying we need a new language to talk about this new phenomena that we are witnessing. Because
it's called the potato contract.
There you go. Oh, I like that. I like that.
Because the game can't run on the potato, we'll make a contract to release that shit on the PS5 until we can get it on the potato.
Or maybe we'll call it the Phil Spencer gifts. You know, it doesn't matter. But the point is, it is not an exclusive because there is no contract between Sony and Larian, but it is avoiding Xbox. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 is just the first through the gate. You know how, when you are breaching the siege, there's always that first person that gets through the gate first? That's Baldur's Gate 3, showing you that this is a brand new thing that has not been done before. Now, Pastor, I wanted to address your previous point. Sorry, just one more thing before I give up the mic. You said something akin to the fact that because we haven't played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and I guess the other games released by Larian, that somehow our enthusiasm should be prone to suspicion. And I fully disagree, because The Witcher 3 had the exact same phenomena. Listen, Mass Effect 2, exact same phenomena. There are some games that elevate themselves. Most people didn't play Assassin's Creed 1. Look at Assassin's Creed now. The most games in the franchise, it's not always the first game in that franchise that's going to be the breakthrough success, okay? Sometimes it is, many times it's not. So our enthusiasm isn't just because this game is not going to be released on Xbox. It's because it's a great game. And finally, you said something akin to the fact that it doesn't take away hype from Starfield. And I agree with you once more. I do not think Baldur's Gate 3 takes away hype from Starfield because I don't think Starfield had any hype to begin with. Nobody cares about this game.
All right, let me address.
Even Microsoft doesn't care about this game.
Let me address.
That's true. No, let Manhattan go. Go ahead, Manhattan. Hold on, Pastor. Let Manhattan go real quick, and then you got it.
Nah, just to correct the brother's term. That game, the developers aren't keeping that game from Xbox. It's Microsoft. They don't want that game to release unless it's going to run on the Series
S. The parity.
They already said that. It's not them. Microsoft don't want that game releasing if it's not going to be on the Series S. And they wanted to make sure they can run on the Series S to put up. Because they can run on the Series X. They said it has no issue on the X. But the problem is there's a lot of people that owns the S. They're not skipping them. Just to be like, well, you know what, just put it on the X. Right? Yeah. And let those people play. They don't want that. They wanted to make sure that it works on both consoles. That's why it's not coming out on Xbox until they get. That's why Microsoft has sent the devs over to help them out, right? Because they don't want that game releasing at all. If it's not going to run it, which is funny because Halo didn't have split screen. I mean, but they seem to making a big deal about
Forza won't either.
But they
let me say this.
Hold on. Well, listen. I'm gonna help you guys out, right? Because this is killing me here. Y'all guys are listen. Y'all guys are trying to find terms to explain this situation. Like J-Dub, you're my brother.
But
this is not a console exclusive.
Thank you.
It is not. There is an actual proper term for this. Okay, the proper term we need to use is that Xbox is dog shit.
Facts.
That's why this is happening.
Facts.
This happened because Xbox is dog shit. If Xbox was not dog shit, this would not even be a conversation. Remember, listen, this game is running on a console that's RDNA 1.5. So why is not working on Xbox Series X with Tier 3 and separate feedback and machine learning? I don't know. The 1.5, 9.2 overclock console is running this game fine. It's overclocked. Listen, you can't even fully clock. Listen, according to passing them, you can't even max out the CPU and GPU at the same time because it will burn down your house. Pastor, I got one question for you. Listen, I got one question for you. Hold on. I got one question. No. Let him go, Pastor. Let him go, Pastor. I got one question to ask you. Listen. I follow you on Twitter because you kept me up to date on MPD cells. Why did you stop talking about MPD cells? What happened? I'm lost. Right now, I'm gonna tell you what I'm missing. I have no idea how many consoles sold PS5 did and how many Xbox Series. Can you give me the latest numbers?
Oh man!
Right now, Porter Rock.
I need the info. Give me the info.
Right now, the NPD is not exciting. It's not exciting. We need some excitement.
No. I need excitement though. Catch me up.
I will report it.
Listen, let's start with Xbox. Let's start with Xbox Series X. How many consoles has the Xbox Series sold so far?
Microsoft don't count consoles.
How many?
22 million.
Okay, about 22. 21. Okay. How many PlayStation 5 sold?
Around 40 was the last number.
47.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like an ass whooping. That's what that sounds like to me. It sounds like an ass whooping.
Actually, no, Porter Rock.
Actually, no. So wait, hold up. If you sell 22 million or something, and I sell 40, I'm not whooping your ass.
2 to 1.
I'm not whooping your ass.
No, I have to address.
Listen, you got the cheapest console out there, bro. You got people on welfare buying Xbox on food stamps. And you only sold 21 million?
2 next generation consoles.
Damn, bro.
Okay, let me say this, right? Number one, Porter Rock, you and Z and them and J-Dub are dinosaurs, right? You guys are all enough.
I addressed the dinosaurs thing.
Listen.
Pastor, I addressed the thing earlier.
Is this guy ageist? Is this guy ageist? Is he ageist? He sounds ageist. The audacity. God, the audacity. Listen, would you say, hey, hold on. Jesus is 2,000 years old. When you see him, you're going to tell him he's old too?
Anyway, moving on swiftly. Porter Rock, you guys are old enough in these gaming streets to know, not because a console reached 40 million first, that is the end of the war. You know that because the same thing did happen with the 360 and the PlayStation 3. And at the end of the day, the PlayStation 3 caught up
but
to
Microsoft has never done anything to make you think that they're going to turn it around.
Oh, good God, boy. So, if someone is concluding that it's all over because Sony reached 40 million first.
There was the one that said it,
Their marketing for their biggest AAA game says you don't even need their console.
Let me finish. But if anyone who says if anyone's reasons like that, something is wrong with them. They don't know history.
Something is wrong.
Let me address. Let me
counter that bullshit real quick. Number one, Microsoft, 4 generations of Xbox consoles. They couldn't even win a console generation when they were in the lead. You think they're gonna make a comeback?
Porter Rock, things are different.
They never can. Even listen, hold on, Pastor. You believe in something that Phil himself don't even believe in.
Right.
Even he said, we ain't gonna be able to do this shit. And he's the damn leader of the damn company.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said he said even if you had 11 out of 10 games, you can't also control PlayStation.
Yeah, see that's
he said
you cannot
Nintendo and Sony were too strong.
He's not.
He said they were too strong.
You're missing out a key part. You're missing a key part, Potter.
What?
And this is the delusion of
we got the video. We got it in 8K. So Pastor,
yes. You could play the video 100 times. He said that if Starfield comes out to be an 11 out of 10, they will not outsell Sony tomorrow, meaning in the immediate future.
He said it won't matter. He said it won't matter.
Say immediate future, you liar.
He did not say
he said it won't matter. You making that up, Pastor.
You made that up. He literally said, you can't out-console Sony. We have to go with a different strategy. He literally said he has to do a different strategy. Completely different. That means he's done with consoles.
Yeah,
listen.
He said,
listen. The moment he can get, Pastor, the moment he can get rid of the console, he will. You best believe. The moment he says, now is the time I could cut this bullshit off and I don't have to make this piece of shit, he won't.
Yep.
He's just waiting for that moment where Game Pass penetration hit phones, tablets, streaming sticks, TVs. Once he hits that delta, that apex where finally I ain't got to rely on this goddamn console to have my Game Pass users, he's quitting it. He's done. They already hit a major milestone. We don't know when. I'm not saying that's going to happen next gen. I'm not saying
this is not a discussion.
All I'm saying is, brother man, you cannot reasonably think that Microsoft is just going to consistently accept generation over generation hardware loss every single generation. That doesn't make sense.
Otterok, could you play Call of Duty seamless over Wi-Fi without any drops?
No, I don't even care. I personally don't care.
GFN, GeForce,
exactly.
And
let me ask you.
The reason why the consoles will be there or some sort of hardware will be there is because console give you experience
that doesn't mean Xbox will be there.
Xbox
cannot give you, and other devices.
Nintendo and PlayStation will still be around, Pastor, but Xbox won't. That's what we're telling you.
Pastor, the mere fact, right?
Oh, Lord.
You have to come to terms with this, right? Xbox is underperforming under the goddamn Xbox One. The Xbox One is outpacing the goddamn Xbox Series console.
I had a video on that as well.
But it doesn't. But Pastor,
the video I said
it doesn't matter. Your video doesn't change the numbers, Pastor Joe.
Because you see, you guys is not looking at the totality.
Listen, you go over to all of these pro Xbox podcasts. You guys sit around, lie to each other about the numbers, about the stats, and about what Phil Spencer say when you don't like what it says. And how has that helped? How has that helped Xbox? I'm saying you're losing.
J-Dub, now they're lying about them making another Xbox.
Phil Spencer said there's no mid-gen refresh outside of the Xbox Series X, which you should say. And you guys go and create out of thin air another goddamn console that Phil Spencer said was not coming.
Let me catch you. When Xbox released in 2020, did Xbox have games?
No.
Hell no.
You launched no games.
Beautiful.
No, you didn't get me. He got you.
So you're saying it's fun because they still made money and they didn't release games.
What I am saying is that Xbox was.
You need to understand revenue is different than profits. They're negative when it comes to profit.
Xbox was still able to move 22 million consoles And according to you, police, they had no games. That's not
That's not a good number, Pastor Joe. That's not a good number.
No. Let me explain, Pastor, why he's missing. This is the thing, Pastor. This is the thing that you're missing. They sold 22 million consoles and they're losing money doing it.
Yes.
Because
that is listen. Stop. Hold up. Stop. It is not. It's not because they don't have deals or whatever. It's because for whatever reason they have not. Listen. The reason why they consistently lose money on hardware because they have not been able to figure out how to consistently revise their console in order to sell it to a profit, like Sony does and Nintendo does. They haven't figured it out. They have testified during the Epic Apple court that they have always lost money on console and that they have not figured out how to get it.
That's a lie.
No, they literally testified in court.
The CFO, the Microsoft CFO said they have never, in 24 years, they have never made a profit.
They literally testified in court.
The CFO.
Let me correct the disease that is ponyism, right?
Holy shit, bro.
When it is,
I told you,
you're breaking their brains, Pastor.
And that's why Xbox is dying.
I must break the brain.
All the bots think like Pastor Joe.
When it is Microsoft, when it is Phil Spencer was in the showcase, did he say he's making more Series X? Yes or no?
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat? When Phil Spencer,
I don't understand the connection. Saying that I'm wrong.
When Phil Spencer was on the Xbox showcase, did Phil Spencer say they are going to ramp up the production of Series X? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember still talking about ramping up anything.
It doesn't matter because it was on a TV show and it's not. Nobody can hold him to that standard.
I don't even remember him having that conversation.
You want me to tell you what he said?
What he said?
He said they are drastically increasing. They heard the consumer's voice and they are drastically increasing the production of Series X, right? That goes against...
When they're in all the stores already, why do you need to ramp up production?
That goes against your narrative.
All right, so
let me help you out. So let me help you out here, Pastor. Let me help you out. All right. What I repeated is what Microsoft testified in court, meaning they cannot lie or they go to jail.
Yep.
So I'm not giving you my opinion that Microsoft's losing money this whole time on hardware. This is what they said. Yep. The chief financial officer stated that. That's not me. I'm not saying that this is right now. Pastor, are you a good businessman?
Listen to me. Of course, I'm.
What is it? Are you okay? So now let's say you have a business, and one aspect of your business is always losing you money. You're telling me you won't try to find a way to remedy that and get rid of the one thing that's making you lose money. You're telling me you won't do that. You're just gonna stay losing money.
No, listen. I am ashamed that you even brought up this argument.
My God!
Here why I'm ashamed. Ashamed.
This dude is.
Here why I am ashamed, Portal, that you brought up this argument. The PlayStation 3, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone knows that never turned a profit for Sony in the first 3 to 4 years.
What?
The cell processor and the production of the PlayStation 3 was very expensive.
About the first 3 to 4 years?
Let me explain it. You potatoes, let me explain it. Right?
The first 3 to 4 years don't matter when it finished, where they finished that. That doesn't matter.
Let me get my point done. PlayStation continued to sell PlayStation 3. You know why? Although they might not make a profit on hardware.
No, they had testified during.
Was still able to move 22 million consoles, and according to you, police, they had no gain.
Understand, revenue is different than profits.
Let me get.
So you're saying
you launch
22. What I am saying. What I am saying is that Xbox was
he needs to understand revenue is.
One. He didn't do that because he knew the blowback he would get. He just started with one game. Listen. He started with one simple game. And then he's like, what's the big deal, guys? I mean, you don't like people enjoying other games? It's not a big deal. It's all right. Next thing you know, hey, what's supporting PC day one? Listen, Mike, listen, you're talking about Microsoft here. You think Microsoft likes to lose money consistently?
Yet again,
you think that's how they're built? You think they're built that way?
Yet again, Potterrock, you have disappointed me as an OG. You have disappointed me as an OG content creator. When it is you said you was going to make me rethink Jesus, I thought you was going to drop some serious bars on my head to have me wondering if to go left or if to go right. But what you just now said is a pile of rubbish. Here, why it is a pile of rubbish, right? Sony had no choice. They are not $1 trillion company. They had to be successful in the gens that was coming, right? And what contributed to the PlayStation 4 being successful is self-inflicting wounds. That's no self-inflicting wounds by Microsoft. If Microsoft did not focus, because Microsoft had a good momentum from the 360 going into the Xbox One generation, if they did not mess up with TV, we would have been having a different conversation now. So don't claim that here what everything that
Sony did. Hold on.
The main reason, one of the main reasons,
tag me in, Porter Rock. Tag me in, please.
Was successful is because of self-inflicting wounds by Microsoft with that Xbox One generation. That's number one, right? Number two, you also mentioned that what you mentioned about the games, you said that how
Pastor, we losing watchers right now when you talk. Yeah, come on, man, we gotta move on.
I forgot the point you made, but the point is it's very simple. The reason why, okay, yes, this was the point you made, that here what, they never turned a profit, and guess what, Microsoft don't like to lose money. Microsoft, Satya Nadella, and Phil Spencer would have already, you are saying these guys who have a lot of money, who have the best financial analysts, who have the best persons to project profits, they are betting on the Xbox platform so much so that they according to JDub, they are spending how much, JDub? 100 billion? Is that what is your line? 100 billion into the Xbox brand, right?
They've been doing it for the last 24 years, Pastor Joe. It hasn't worked. So what are you talking about?
All right. Let him finish this point so I can counter it.
Right? Yeah, let me finish this last point. Now, you guys are saying that they're going to get rid of the console because they're advertising for TV. And I mean, that's a very foolish assessment, right? Here, why it's a foolish assessment, right? It's a foolish assessment because Microsoft already placated to the gamers. Every gamer know about Starfield, they know about anybody who into gaming, they're into that. The Samsung have an audience of over 130 million people who don't know anything about gaming. By partnering up with Samsung, Microsoft have just opened up their player base to a 130
so gamers
million.
Don't buy Samsung TVs?
Listen, 130 million customers Samsung reach. So what Microsoft did was genius.
And they only got 28 million Game Pass subscribers with free trials.
Can I counter his nonsense?
Go ahead, Porter Rock. Let Porter Rock talk.
So your first point, saying PlayStation had to success. Just because you have to do something doesn't mean you will, unless you put in the work. PlayStation put in the work. That is why they're successful. Period. That's number one. Number two, right? PlayStation made a mistake, which helped 360 be successful. If it wasn't for PS3 being a $600 system,
don't forget to sell.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You see what life is.
Yeah. No. I came back. No, but listen. Just because my second point with the PS3 made the same mistake too, which helped 360. It was a $600 console with a hard architecture, and they didn't have a lot of games in the beginning. That helped 360 too, as well. So let's not put in the whole. Hold on,
Pastor Joe. Let him go. Let him talk.
So that's both points. You understand? But here's the difference. Since we both off, right? Xbox One fucked up in the beginning of the gen. They were not able to recover. They gave no goodwill towards the end of the next gen. PS3, on the other hand, fucked up in the beginning, but they earned goodwill towards the end. They fixed their issue of no games the same gen. That gen, they fixed their problem. Xbox didn't do it. Hell, you could argue to say Xbox still going through that goddamn bullshit.
They still haven't. Yeah.
Okay. Right. The final reality is, and the last point you said, they spent $100 billion on the Xbox platform. No, they spent $100 billion on Game Pass. That's what they spent. It's Game Pass. Game Pass is the platform, right? Yep. And right now, out of all the devices out there that run Game Pass, there is only one device that's losing them money. It isn't PC.
Bingo.
It isn't phones.
Bingo.
It isn't tablets. It isn't Samsung TV. It's their own very own console.
Checkmate.
That is the only thing in their architecture of all the things they're making money that is actually losing money every single quarter. Now, let me tell you something. And if there's anybody if there's anybody that you need to worry about, it's not Phil, it's the CEO Satya. He don't like hardware. Yep. He absolutely despises it. The motherfucker doesn't like hardware so much, he wants to develop Windows OS as a cloud app.
Yep.
Yeah. He gives two fucks about hardware. So don't pay attention to Phil. Pay attention to Phil's boss. You tell that man about dedicated hardware, the motherfucker cringes at the thought. Oh, he doesn't like that shit. He likes cloud. He likes cloud. He likes to own everything software-wise. There's a reason why we can't even buy Microsoft Office anymore and own it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not about that life. He doesn't want that shit. Yep. You have to subscribe to fucking Office. And a fucking Excel spreadsheet. I can't even own an Excel spreadsheet on my own hardware.
Exactly.
So if there's anybody you need to be nervous about, it's Satya.
Beautiful.
Listen, once again, you best believe when they have the opportunity to finally say, we hit the point where we don't need to make hardware no more, they're going to stop. It's done.
You got knocked out, Pastor Joe. It's over. It's too late. They knocked your ass out.
Every time I come into these podcasts, I make sure I bathe with coconut oil. You guys can't catch me. Potter Rock. Then why did he come?
Listen, first off, hold on. I am not chasing no man other than coconut oil. You out your goddamn mind.
Why then did Phil come on the stage and said?
Oh shit!
Oh man! Pastor Joe.
Yeah.
Puerto Rock whooped your ass. The chat said Pastor Joe gotta go. The chat spoke. They said Pastor Joe gotta go.
I guess they.
They put him in a Zoom. Put him in the room.
He in that room.
He in that room. Oh damn, bro. My man. Listen. My man was saying, if he would have kept saying, "What did Phil said you're gonna make more high," I would be like, "Well, Phil said you're gonna get high for that VR too." That shit ain't happening. What you talking about? He said Phil says a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? I think the most genuine thing Phil said to this day was he went on IGN and said, "You can't out-console Sony," because you see the pain in his face. Yo, if that dude could curse, he would say, "Shut the fuck up. I'm so goddamn tired of y'all talking. I can't do it. Just shut up. Leave me the fuck alone."
The last thing we heard from Pastor Joe was he was slippery in coconut oil or something. He was rubbing coconut oil on.
He wanted us to chase him in coconut oil.
Yeah, he was. bro said he was lubed up and ready. Oh man, Pastor Joe,
he's a weirdo.
My man Pastor said the water was glistening all over his body. Like, what? What are you talking about?
Gaming knowledge is lacking. Does he realize that Microsoft has literally never ever beat Sony in the gaming? They've never ever out console Sony in nothing. Like when it comes to gaming, they've never beat them in nothing. Like
no.
He said it.
Here's the thing, Puerto Rock in Manhattan. He understands that, right? He knows that. But the Xbox cognitive dissonance will not allow him to come to terms with that. So he has to create an alternate reality. That's what we're dealing with here. With all these bots. All these bots are like
he's cashing checks that Phil ain't signing. Phil's like, "Yo, I'm not signing that, bro. That's coming out of your bank account."
Puerto Rock, we right before you came on, we literally just talked about Phil Spencer saying he told Digital Foundry that the Xbox Series X is a mid-gen refresh, and the Series S was the current gen. And as soon as Digital Foundry said that, Colt Eastwood and the rest of the bots went in their head, inside their imagination, and started making videos about there being another console coming, a mid-gen refresh, and the X Series X2, like any of that shit. Yeah, like any of that shit is going to change the circumstance.
I'll be back.
All right.
Have they mentioned anything about that? And after all this, like, what's it been, about a week since that shit dropped about a possible Pro, right? Like, and then D was saying, "Oh, the Pro." Like, I've heard like D out there like saying
we know
like
we know the PS5 Pro because apparently that and the Switch 2 is already in developers' hands.
Yeah.
Colt Eastwood, he was the first one to make a video out of blue air saying that Microsoft is working on the X Series X2 right after, like literally the next fucking day after Phil said that they're not going to get another console, right? Once Colt says it reverberates and everybody goes and make all their videos and they get hyped on another. On what's this and what's that and what could possibly be and all kind of, and like I said, it's the cognitive dissonance. Their brains will not allow them to come to terms with reality. Just like what Phil say that he's the console war is like he's not in the console war because they would never be able to beat Nintendo and Sony at what they do, and their mind, their ears heard it, but their brains could not allow them to accept it. So they'll go and say, well, Phil didn't really, like what Pastor Joe said earlier. Phil didn't really mean what he said. He really meant this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
J-Dub, what about what's his name on the podcast said that they get marching orders from Microsoft.
Yeah. That's true.
And they just passed over like that was never said. Like they're telling you like they
exposed it. Yeah, they exposed it. That was on the Defining Duke when they said that when there's some bad news about to come, Microsoft will reach out to the influencers and let them know and give them a way to spin the information in a positive light. That, like when Redfall was coming, they knew that shit was gonna be dog shit. So they flew those guys out and basically, hey guys, you got to give this game good reviews and stuff, so we can try to change the narrative because it's coming in hot.
Sorry,
and that
guys.
shit dropped like a dud.
Can I speak from the heart?
Go ahead. Speak from the heart, brother.
I have a grievance I want to air. Okay, listen. I have never been a fan of Digital Foundry, but we have got to stop kind of like doing this thing where we go back to them. Here's my thing. So you knew in 2020 that the Series X was being positioned as a mid-gen refresh. You kept that to yourself, okay?
Yep.
Fair enough. You fucked us over, but fair enough. All right, cool. Now, this whole new Dolby Atmos situation thing, now that I have a real issue with, because you guys know I like sound. So you're telling me that Digital Foundry knew from the beginning that there is serious lag issues, as they are now reporting, on the Xbox platform, and it's only now, 3 years later, because Sony has come up with a better solution, that we find out about it? What the hell is going on there? What else do they know about Xbox that is super pertinent and super relevant, but because it is negative news on Xbox, they're just going to keep it in the tuck until it can't be kept in anymore? Because they knew that at some point, some other people were going to be like, oh, let's compare the solution between Dolby Atmos for PlayStation and then let's compare that with Xbox. And then they were going to go like, oh, there is lag on Xbox.
They never told us about the lag. You're right.
How come they never told us about the lag? It's been 3 years. Like, it's not like Dolby Atmos and Xbox have just released a patch, just like at the same time as Sony. And especially because people have to pay for it. And you know, the thing is, a lot of people in the comments are like, oh, I never experienced anything. And I'm like, you probably didn't set it to the Dolby Atmos setting.
They're using that fucking, most of them just using regular Dolby. They wouldn't
exactly. Most of you just buy it and then you think to yourself, oh well, I never had it. I bet a lot didn't even know that they had to buy it. They're like, yeah, well, I have a Dolby Atmos system, and
they have to have the 7.1.4 with the upward.
Exactly.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
So my point is this. The point is, at the end of the day, Digital Foundry has known apparently for a long time. And the thing is, when the guy was like, "Oh, there's no lag on PlayStation," the other guy was like, "Really? I'm interested in that." So I'm like, "Wait, you've known this? This is a new information to you?" But now it is 3 years later, once again, 3 years later,
you're right,
that we now find out there is a major defective issue. Because I'm sorry, mismatched sound is a major issue.
Yep.
That's more than frame rate.
They talked about how when you shoot a gun,
immersion breaking.
Yeah, the dude talked about when you shoot a gun, it takes you a second to hear the shot, and I said, "Damn, that's fucking."
Guys, I'm sorry, but mismatched sound is more than resolution. Absolutely. It's more than frame rate. It's more than every other technical detail, where they're like, oh, the shadows at 9 o'clock are aligned with the 8:59 setting, not exactly the 9 o'clock setting. Like, I'm sorry, all of those things pale in comparison to delayed audio. You ever try to watch a Netflix movie and it's just like half a second out of sync, and you just can't stand it? You literally hear like the impact from the sniper before you see the visual, and it just completely ruins the experience.
Yeah.
But that is for a non-interactive medium.
Yeah.
This would be like.
Listen, you're absolutely right. I think we do need to hold Digital Foundry accountable, but at the same time, it's because I think in the gaming space, people hold their, think about it. Even the industry, people sit around and wait before they buy a game. They sit around and wait to see what Digital Foundry results are going to be before they buy a game. So, their opinions matter to a lot of gamers. And because, if you're in the console war, you do wait to see what they say so you can go and.
But Jacob, that's why they have a responsibility to us to tell us that this is like, hey, they could have just said, listen, there are issues with Dolby Atmos as it is currently implemented on some systems. It didn't even have to be a big deal. But for me, I'm like, you have broken any further trust. When for 3 years, you know about a major flaw, way more important than any other tiny little thing, because we always say this, right? The casual gamer doesn't care about frame rates or resolutions. They don't care about performance modes. They don't care about anything else. But you know what they will care about? If there is lag on the audio. Especially if you play competitively. Like, if you play competitively, like, get out of here.
You know what you could look at that like, though, too, is they're in the industry, and you could also look at it like they're looking out for fucking Microsoft by not saying anything, because they probably assumed that they would fucking fix it.
They get paid. They get paid by Microsoft.
Yeah.
Think about it.
So
they get flown out.
Cut off either. They don't want to get cut
exactly.
off.
So they probably thought, we won't say anything. Microsoft is going to fix this. There's no way they're not going to fix it. It affects a very small amount of people, but it's fucking very important overall.
Well, I remember when Mark Cerny gave his little, orientation about the hardware and what his plans were for the PlayStation 5 and all that stuff, they kind of laughed and mocked him in the video, whatever, and they went on to talk about how Microsoft, the power and all the stuff that Microsoft was working on and what they were going to do with the X Series X and how the variable clocks, they really laughed and kind of downplayed the PlayStation 5. And to find out years later, PlayStation 5 is still running multiplats better, still has the best looking games. And now I have true Dolby Atmos, right? True latency free Dolby Atmos. It's just all of that, everything that Microsoft has said or everything Digital Foundry has tried to hide from us gamers by not highlighting has really blown up in their faces. And recently, they had to, that one guy for Digital Foundry, he basically had to answer the elephant in the room. And he had to talk about that. He was like, he doesn't think that.
I know what we forgot to talk about. That marketplace price for the Series S being like $100 or some shit.
That's the video I'm talking about. When he's like, Xbox Series S's Xboxes are selling for like $100, but fucking PlayStation 5s are still selling full price, and you kind of can't get your hand on one for full price. Digital Foundry had to answer the elephant in the room, because they helped shield that, just like what M is saying, by them not highlighting this stuff. And it has been one-sided. For some reason, Digital Foundry does not want to step on Microsoft toes or kind of say anything negative. And I know why. Just like today, the dude, John Linneman, he got attacked by the Xbox dudes, right? For highlighting that the Xbox latency is always going to be there. There's nothing they can do to fix it, and the PS5 is better. He got attacked. So he said, I'm not going to tweet. I'm not going to do this shit. And, he got mad and stormed off. But they know that they're going to get attacked. But I'm not even going to give them credit for that. But I'm not going to give them a pass for that.
I have a further inquiry here. Because if you remember the whole Dolby thing, okay, because it was like a brief conversation in the console war.
Yeah.
They were talking about how the PlayStation 5 is lacking Dolby Atmos, which was one thing. And it's also lacking Dolby Vision. So what I told people is that, listen, HDR standard is just one way. It's just Dolby has patented their way of doing HDR.
Their particular way.
It's not like the HDR goal. It's not the same ultimate, thing about Dolby Atmos, right? But the point is, now we see that, okay, Sony is willing to work to kind of like accept the standard that Dolby has set. Fine. But now when PlayStation, if eventually next year at this time, they release a patch that allows now for Dolby Vision support, are we now going to hear that there's a problem with Dolby Vision on Xbox?
I'm pretty sure.
This whole time they'll be like, well, the Dolby Vision on a PlayStation does not crush all the blacks and take away all the shadow quality. We've always known.
I think there already is articles like that where they've talked about there is things with Dolby Vision too.
Because I'm just like, we cannot be trusting these guys when they are supposed to be the ones who highlight what is working, what is not working well from a technical perspective. And then for a major flaw, and I don't care if it affects 10 people, okay? I know that most people, number one, do not have true Dolby Atmos.
That makes it more important, in my opinion.
To be fair, M, they have been called out by NX Gamer before, and they've conceded to NX Gamer That NX Gamer were right.
We still leave them to have this place in the industry where they are, like you said, they are the first port of call when people want to be like, okay, what's the technical performance? But I'm like, how can they be the first port of call when they are willing to defend, protect, and shield a whole $1 trillion company from blame? They should have just come out and said, hey, these are the things that we have noticed with Dolby Atmos support on certain things, certain audio setups. It may not be exactly what you think it is.
You know what they haven't brought up either? That shit about the Series X killing themselves because of the way the quick resume shit works and all that. I've seen videos on that.
You remember the battery, the CMOS battery?
Yeah, they made a big deal. They made a big deal about that. You remember that shit?
The big deal about that for PlayStation. Then PlayStation quietly fixed it.
Yep.
And Xbox hasn't to this day. It's still an issue. Now, of course, it's not that big an issue. I never cared about it. But the point is, you made a big deal about it for one side, which went on to be like, okay, this seems like, all right, we'll just fix it. And then the other side still hasn't fixed it. And then you just like, yep, I guess it's all solved. You know, Sony once again solved the problem for everybody. Because as soon as Sony makes it a non-issue, now it doesn't matter anymore. Like, remember how big VRR was? Then Sony comes out and they do 40 FPS with their VRR. Nobody turns to Microsoft and be like, you had VRR first. Why don't you do that? No. Now VRR is perfect. Both consoles do VRR equally well. I am so tired of the double standard. I am so frustrated by it because I'm just like, how did you let a sound lag issue just exist out there?
They just casually brought it out once. If Sony would have never updated, they would have never told us anything about it.
Exactly. We could have gone the entire generation without knowing.
Is this this case? Is it a hardware issue?
It is for Xbox.
It is for Xbox. The point is, it's an issue.
Microsoft can't fix it. Yeah. It's a hardware issue for Microsoft. Yeah. Remember, Microsoft has old last generation Wi-Fi. They have something else they have old. Bluetooth. The Bluetooth is old, right? It's not the latest Bluetooth. And it's one more thing. It's this fucking whatever the audio chipset is. It's kind of like an off the shelf or whatever. That's just it is.
Because I was gonna say, I mean, it doesn't matter how many people. I think when it's less people, I think it's more important because you're doing it for the right reasons, because you care about the fucking product you have out there, and it's not just for money. Like if fucking tens of thousands of people were having the problem, you'd be doing it because you're going to be losing fucking money. But in this case, they should be doing it because it just shows you care. And that today, that was one of the reasons why.
Majority. Go ahead.
That was one of the.
I was just going to say, majority of the people don't.
They said they can't fix it. It's unfixable. So it's something baked in the hardware level then.
Yeah.
It's that off the shelf audio chip. There's something hardware level.
That's what I'm saying. They're not. Yeah.
When Mark Sony was having his TED talk, Mark Sony was having his TED talk there, people laughed at the audio part the most, which was for me the most interesting part because I'm just like, yes, I want good quality.
It doesn't make any sense though because.
But they laughed at him being like, oh, the PlayStation 3 had good audio, the PlayStation 4 had good audio. And I'm like, guys, it's not the same. This guy is talking about upgrading the audio experience. But because people can't see that, they want to dismiss it. They want to be like, oh, I play on headphones. And it's like, well, listen, it's fine that you play on headphones, but some of us actually like a home theater setup for our gaming. And it's good to know that, it's good to know that if I spend... Yeah, exactly. So it's it's good to know that if you invest in good quality sound equipment, that the console is going to actually justify that and do the best that it can with it. And, people were like, oh, well, Xbox doesn't need Tempest 3D audio engine, but evidently it does.
Yep. Well, and if you think about it, right, like a person like M, I know you're a big audiophile. I'm an audiophile. I got shit. Zia tell you I got shitload of headphones, but I didn't spend all this money on my amplifiers, my processors, my speakers, and all this shit to not utilize it. So clearly, if I have a device that can take advantage of it, that's the ultimate experience for me, and it is the ultimate experience for me, right? Whether it's clip speakers, a Marantz receiver, and processor, all that shit. It's the way it's supposed to be. Now I understand majority of people playing with headphones, so they want to try that fucking Dolby Atmos app, right? That simulated experience, but it's not the same. You're never gonna get the same experience, but kudos for them. But most of those dudes are playing video games with fucking 1 second lag time in audio, and I'm glad I invested in the PlayStation 5, so I don't have to deal with that.
No, that's disgusting. Sorry, I was so pisses me off.
I need to do a video about that, because you're absolutely right with Digital Foundry. It's like 3 or 4 things that they've done that notice how it's basically it goes for Microsoft but them not revealing. But when it's something when PlayStation, these motherfuckers are on it like a dog in heat. Right?
The Xbox Elite controller has been known to be super problematic. Problematic, where people have to send it back 2-3 times. And then I remember when people were talking about how, the DualSense Edge wasn't built well enough. The fact that recently people are trying to give kudos to Microsoft for selling the parts of the controller so you can repair it yourself. And I'm like, how about you just build it well so I don't have to repair it?
Exactly.
How about I can just play with this controller for 3 or 5 years, and then if I have 5 controllers and one of them breaks, then that's the exception, and then the other 4 can last 20 years, like my PlayStation 2 controllers have lasted. Like, how many broken PlayStation 2 controllers do you hear about? None. Like it is a thing that happens because in any hardware there will be some faults, yes, but it's not a widespread issue. But it's a huge widespread issue with the Elite controller from Xbox. Yeah. And then no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter either. Like we're just gonna.
That's why I got to saying it's only bad when Sony do. But
imagine if the DualSense Edge had issues, J-Dub.
Oh yeah. Oh imagine. My god. Yeah.
Imagine if a button just stuck or it didn't click the way it was supposed to click. Not even that it didn't work, like it was like mushy or something. Oh my goodness, the world would be on fire.
Or the fucking dead zone issues with the Xbox controllers is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
You see? So things that really impact your gaming, that doesn't matter because it doesn't come from Sony.
Yep. It's only bad when just like Ryan McCaffrey from IGN. Oh yeah, I spent $600 on my PSVR 2 and there's no games for it, and then everybody under the sun fucking goes and shows there's 168 games have been released, and the shit just released 4 months ago. But he goes and say stuff like that, and I get it. It's for the clicks, it's for the views and shit like that.
They just showed Green Hell VR.
Yeah, Green Hell. Well, and we got Firewall Ultra that comes out at the end of the month. We have Crossfire. We have. I mean, games are releasing 2 and 3 times. 2 and 3 games a week on average for PlayStation VR. It's just again, and I'll give a credit to that John Linneman again. He did come out to the defense of PlayStation VR because he's a big VR guy. He said that's not true. He said games are coming out all the time. What it is that they're not from the big name publishers. They're not from the rock stars. They're not from, all the big stuff. But VR is a new emerging market, and majority of the developers are new developers, or they're developers that don't make those big blockbuster AAA games for consoles. They make VR titles. And so it's going to be a while before those developers make their big name, unless it's like Valve, right, with Half-Life. Unless it's that, but that's a big name. So it's unless Sony makes a game like the Horizon, Call of the Mountain or something like that, you have to go and look in the store for the games. It's not going to be fucking on the front page of Twitter or something like that, unless unless you go looking for it. And so, but Ryan McCaffrey, he didn't say that because he actually thought that. He said that because he wanted the clicks, he wanted the views, and I'll be honest. I mean, the dude's getting paid for Twitter now, so I can't be mad.
Man, I can't believe nobody from the fucking Discord fucking showed up. Can you believe that shit? How many times have we done these streams and there's dozens of people rocking in that fucking Discord constantly, and they don't come in? Yeah,
I don't know. But you got to think about it though. All the bots are defeated, man. Like they have no reason to come over here.
Well, shit. Whoever
they went over there Yeah, they went over there to the We Bleed Green podcast. They want to hear everything is great.
Pastor showed
Starfield
up.
The Xbox circle jerk.
Yeah. Well, Pastor show up because we let him talk. I mean, we're the only show that actually let him talk. Everybody else just kick his ass out instantly. So
I don't know if somebody was in the chat.
Did you see he went on Roundtable and they beat his ass?
Yeah, somebody said he's been making the rounds in the chat. They said they're sick of it. They said Pastor's oversaturated in these streets.
Pastor's one of the last remaining vanguards.
That's your podcast is dog shit. Pastor, we already heard this shit. I thought I was getting the scoop on his latest fanboy shit.
Hey, I told you, man.
No, it's just more buckle up.
Yeah, he's been practicing on his narratives, I guess.
Buckle up and wait for another 5-6 years into next generation, and that's unfortunate.
5 years away. It's always.
I remember back in 2017 when they say, Microsoft is investing now. They're doubling down. 5 years and now all the games. Shit, fucking 5 years came. They didn't release one single game.
And they still can't consistently put games out. Like, that's the sad part. That was supposed to happen like 2 years ago.
No, last year they said these are the games you're going to be playing in the next 12 months, and only one of them fucking games released. Out of all of those games that they show, remember Sarah Bond said
was that Redfall? That released?
Redfall is the only one out of that long list of games that they said these are the games you're going to be playing in the next 12 months. So they came out and apologized. Microsoft is always apologizing for they spend majority of the time apologizing, right?
Microsoft always means well. They always meant well.
They put out Redfall. I'm telling you, they put out Redfall to take that 30 FPS hit.
I don't understand it. It's not a graphically demanding game. It's not a big game. I mean, it's a piece of shit.
Jesus.
That game should be running
proportions. Remember, in the game, like body proportions were all fucked up and shit.
That should be your review for the game. It's a piece of shit.
It literally. Remember me, Z, and who else was there? Was it Manhattan or was somebody else? We played it. We streamed it for about an hour, and we had a fucking headache and got sick. We had to get off of it. The game literally made us sick. We were live streaming and people start seeing us get nauseous and shit. I don't know if that was from the 30 frames or I don't know what that was from, but fuck, what a piece of shit game. That would have
fucked me up then, because I get motion sickness from good games sometimes,
Yeah. So I just don't understand. But it's Microsoft. It's Phil Spencer. These guys are the same people that gave you Bleeding Edge. They're the same ones that gave you, fucking Battletoads with no fucking multiplayer. Gears Pop. I mean, they've given us some of them, the fucking Phantom Dust with the original assets.
They're chasing that games as a service money, thinking they're going to hit the next Fortnite, and that's their problem.
Yeah. Listen, that shit comes once, like the Fortnite and the GTA 5. That shit comes like once every now and then. It's not something that you can consistently get. You can't. It's just like a needle in a haystack.
This gen so far, besides Halo, and it's basically been Forza, right? That's it. That's all they've kind of had.
Halo and Forza Horizon is the only thing.
What the fuck?
They had Motorsport, and now they're having Horizon.
Fucking Xbox always had games before, man. That's fucking that's crazy.
Because Game Pass.
Where's fucking Gears?
I'm not counting Forza and stuff because racers have always been around in systems. They always had fucking so that it's
always ever been Halo, Gears, and Forza, right? So they went out and they bought ZeniMax and rolled all their games into them.
But they still had exclusives.
What about that fucking Initiative Studio? Fucking Crystal Dynamics is making their game now.
Yep. They had to get outside help to come in and make the games that they couldn't make. The internal studios.
They really fucked up with that Knights of the Old Republic shit too, in my opinion.
Yep. They had KOTOR and they fucking make that shit go to Sony.
That's like part of your legacy.
That's part of their legacy.
Yeah, and they have the money to do it. It's just they can't, you know what I mean? To get that in the Game Pass, because they're not doing a third-party deal with that.
Shout out to Navy Vet for still listening.
It would have to come in, it would have to come into Game Pass.
Yeah, Dark Side, salute to you, brother.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. We got more viewers right now than we did earlier when Pastor was here.
I keep telling you that. Y'all think I'm lying, but every time Pastor comes in and he speaks, I'm watching the view count. It goes down, and I try to tell him, Pastor, like, chill, like, stop. I want him to talk because he's funny as shit, but sometimes the chat is just not. They like, man, get this motherfucker up out of here. Especially when he come with his shit, especially when he got his shit in mic. When he got his shit in mic,
people were saying that he's they're sick of it because he's just. I mean, you might be making too many appearances out there, Pastor. You need to get your shit instead of practicing your routines on other shows and shit. Work it out all on stage in one place.
Pastor Joe need to go over there to RDX, man. They'll kick D Batch out and pick him up.
They'll give it away for free. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, you remember? Well, you remember when Pastor Joe said Phil Spencer made the Series S for the black folks because it's cheap.
Because he loves black people.
And we beat his legs for that shit. Oh man, not like this, Pastor Joe. Now I can't wait till my brother Z get back, man, so he can start telling us about some of his old war stories and shit like that. Yeah, he got beat up. He got beat up in a Popeye's chicken, and they threw his walker in the middle of the street, and they got hit by a car and shit. So
for people that don't know, Z is, I don't know if you what did he say? He said I mean, so it was something.
He said he'll be back sometime.
His ISP or something. He's getting set up. So yeah. So he wanted to be back tonight, but I guess he's shooting for tomorrow. So his triumphant return.
Yeah, we'll get my brother back. How do you guys think the rest of this generation is going to play out?
Damn, so what happened to Pastor? He ran away?
Hey man, the chat booted his ass out.
Yeah, man.
They slid us a 50.
Manhattan, we had 150 watchers in here. Pastor Joe came in babbling. That shit went down to like 30.
Man,
we had to kick his ass out of here, man. He bad for business.
Phil don't know what Phil talking about. How the hell can Phil sit up there and say they will never catch up to Sony? That's blasphemy. Like what, bro?
I told you that cognitive dissonance. Man, how do you think the rest of this generation plays out? How do you think? Do you think it's just on autopilot going forward? Xbox is just the developers are gonna keep.
This console. I mean, listen, bro. It is what it is. Now, when it happened with Halo, right? At first, nobody cares about split screen. Baldur's Gate happened. They start attacking the devs. You guys suck. Y'all on Sony's side. Your pay shield. You suck. Forza happens. Nobody cares about split screen.
Yeah,
bro. You notice that they will hold third party like accountable, but they won't do with their first party. The first party have the same issue. We don't care because nobody cares about split screen. Third party will do it. Nah, you guys just suck. Y'all on Sony's payroll. Listen.
Yep.
The Series S is the most selling console. Right? I don't even know what's going on with the X. It's like they don't even they barely manufacture that shit anymore at this point. Moving forward, it's not gonna be a good look. Oh, and by the way, y'all noticed something, right? All this shit about when the Unreal Engine 5 come out, the Series X is gonna smoke the PS5, and now we found out the Unreal Engine is even more demanding. What the fuck is doing to the Series S? Bro, this shit is not gonna get better. Y'all thought it was gonna be sweet. Like, we got Unreal Engine 5, like, we got games running at 1080p, like, damn near 30 FPS, bro. Like, that just means that, these engines is going to be heavy. So, I don't know about that.
You're going to see way more third-party skipping. They're just going to skip Xbox completely.
Yeah, the snowball effect will definitely be in... Yeah.
And it's already done because Game Pass has more subs on PC than they do console, so it's done.
But like I said earlier, they already have that built in to what they're doing, and they got their fan base already ready for that. To basically none of that shit matters anymore. So anything that's to do with hardware, an old school way of selling hardware and all that shit, that's all out the window. They're in a whole different world with that shit.
The thing is, if if you're gonna sell the whole streaming shit, what are you gonna tell the people with Series S? Well, you can stream your games, but if they want to play games like fucking 2K, then what?
Yeah.
Or God.
Yeah. Shout out to Mustang Gamer. He said he wants to hear more snake oil propaganda. So from who? From Pastor?
Yeah, you want to hear more Pastor, man? No.
Yeah.
What?
Listen.
All you have to do is go follow his Twitter.
Let me tell you what's gonna happen immediately.
Okay.
Starfield is going to release and it's going to be garbage. That's what's gonna happen. Now, because it is garbage, but it is published by Bethesda and Microsoft combined, it's gonna get an 80-something Metacritic. Okay? And then influencers on YouTube are gonna tell you that it's great and that it's so amazing and oh my god, they've never seen a world this huge. And I'm gonna tell you like, yeah, man, it's not that fun, but you know, like it's so big and it's so ambitious that we just have to see what, you know, the next 40 hours are gonna bring. Then eventually people are gonna play it and are gonna realize, oh, this is not fun. This is bad. This is garbage, just like Emmanuel said. And then, just like with Halo Infinite, people are going to leave it in droves. But by then, don't worry, because there will be another game. It will be Avowed, or it will be Perfect Dark, or it will be Hellblade that will finally come, or it will be Forza Horizon 17, or there will always be a game that has to carry the entire Xbox brand on its back. And because this is an impossible task, they're all gonna fail.
That's when we're just sitting there talking about how people moved on from Final Fantasy to Spider-Man. I'm like, I don't see them talking about Redfall. Like, so where is this Redfall talk at? The most ambitious game that they was talking about, the first open world
That's
game.
That's crazy too, because
the Spider-Man games were just both on NPD because of the shit with the new game.
Aren't these the same people that was talking about Halo going to be killing Fortnite and all of this shit? And we ain't talking about that shit no more, right, Jay? Halo's supposed to be killing like Fortnite, COD, all these games, but you know, we they left that
That's
alone.
false.
Then they jumped
That's false.
Right, they jumped on Redfall, and look what happened in Redfall. Now we're on Starfield. If Starfield is going to come and go,
where's the 60 FPS patch for Redfall?
That's dead.
Yeah.
And waste of split screen.
Definitely.
They don't talk about that no more. Halo was supposed to get split screen because of the Series S. They couldn't do it. So they didn't talk about that no more. You know, now we on
two of their big tentpole franchises can't do split screen.
Oh yeah.
They just didn't care. That goes back to what I was thinking this morning when I got up and I started reading, kind of trying to catch up. Well, I guess not this morning. I guess it was midday. But I'm seeing all this shit and it just reminds me of that line, you know, they just didn't care. Because a lot of these things are like very obvious things that you like the hardware thing with the Dolby.
Bro, listen,
like that's the thing you could conceivably fix very easily. Yes, it's going to cost you money. You're going to have to eat that, but it looks good for your overall.
Not even that. Look at the beginning of the generation, right? And the type of bullshit that they pull on these motherfuckers, Jay. You remember the whole back fat shit in the uprest at 60 FPS? They stopped doing that shit with games. They did like 100 games and said, "Fuck it," with
and then that was it.
And that was their selling point, right? They was like, "Oh man,
a bunch of old ass games,
right?" And they get upscale to what was a smart? What happened to smart delivery? Oh yeah, that just fucking died, right? And
they got rid of that.
Don't exist no more. Right?
Well, that's why when dudes say Xbox Series X got more 120 games than PlayStation 5, they're talking about those bad compact games. They're not talking about anything worthwhile like current gen or even last gen. It's those fucking Xbox 360 games that they're talking about because it automatically did the upscaling and all of that shit. So shit's just crazy. But it's like
J-Dub, how the fuck do they have last place in streaming now? From everything I've been hearing from the PC people and shit is that the fucking xCloud sucks.
I'm going to tell you why. Now. We found out during the Activision Blizzard court case through those emails that they said that they don't ever think that any of that shit is going to catch up because nobody is interested in it. They said that. See, that's one thing. Phil Spencer and them will fucking tell you anything on Twitter. They'll lie to you. They'll get in these interviews and tell you some shit.
Or on stage.
Yeah, but when they go into the courthouse or when their emails leak, like Matt Booty emails leaked saying that they want to spin PlayStation out of business. Like their true intentions let out. That's why I do like these court cases. I like when this shit happens because the truth is finally revealed. So they'll come out, act like they're the good guy and Sony's the bad guy, or vice versa, because they both do it to some extent. But you can't see it. We're for everybody. We just want gamers to game wherever they want. And then you go and do some shady shit that shows the opposite. And your emails show that you're going to do it. Oh, we got the money to fucking outspend them and we'll just, use that Amazon strategy. But I don't know, man. I still think the generation is going to end the way last year, and I think they're going to be outsold 3-1, if not 4-1.
I think the PlayStation 5 will outsell the PlayStation 2. It's about time that record.
Do you think that they'll be out of the console space before the end of the gen, or do you think they'll go?
It'll be at the end. It'll be because they don't want class action lawsuits, right? When a company sell you a product and say that they're gonna support it, like right now,
so they just won't make a new one.
They just won't. They'll tell you can use your existing console to still stream your game,
buy a streaming stick, or get on the app or whatever. Yeah.
Like Phil Spencer, he said about that mid-gen refresh. He said
everywhere.
He said we don't see any need to make any, to make any new hardware or anything like that right now. The data is not telling us that. Clearly, when the X Series X is fucking struggling to even put basic games on it, so he's telling you literally telling you what it is, and I think what it is, he's trying to. Again, he has his influencers, and it's their job to convince you, hey, play in and everywhere, no console required. They're going to do their best to persuade you that it's okay, so you won't get mad at the end of the generation when fucking they're getting curb stomped. And they say, Xbox is going to exist. It just won't be in a fucking traditional console. And they'll continue to support the series consoles as usual. But at some point, developers are going to move beyond them because there's going to be a different generation. Now, I'm going to tell you now, you're hearing here first. The moment that fucking Switch 2 and that PlayStation 5 Pro come out, if Xbox don't have anything, if you think you see their motherfucking numbers in the tank now, imagine a fucking PS5 Pro sitting in front of you in a fucking Switch 2.
And the price drops for the originals.
Yes, the PS5 is going to be $349, right? The digital is already $399. So think if they cut the digital by fucking $50, it's $350. That's the same price as their new Series S. Who in their right mind would buy a fucking 1 terabyte black Series S when you can get a fucking PS5?
They might break the PS2 record.
I think they will, because I think they will, and I'm gonna tell you why. I think this generation, because of COVID, we know the first two years we're still dealing with COVID, manufacturing issues, get it out there. Now that they got that shit fixed, it's going to extend this generation by 2 years. The only reason the PS2 sold that much was because the shit was going for 11 years. Clearly, the PS3 was only 6 years, 7 years. So that's
6 or 7's the norm.
Yeah, but the PS2 era wasn't a stand. They kept supporting that shit.
Yeah, that's 4 more years. That's a lot of sales.
4 more years.
Yeah. So even the PS4, technically, if you remove the number of years that the PS2 had over a traditional generation,
PS4
technically a PS4 sold more. That's what I keep telling people. You have to go if you go the same time frame. A traditional console generation is typically 5 to 6 years, not fucking 7, 8, and 9 years, and fucking definitely not a fucking decade long. But that's how well the PlayStation 2 sold, and that's for how long. But you got to realize, after the PS2, was the PS3, a $600 fucking console way back then. That's expensive in today's dollar, let alone way back then. That's equivalent to like $900 back then when that console came out.
Yeah.
So they were asking for that way back then. So of course that shit didn't sell up front. That shit didn't start selling until they fucking removed the memory card drives out. They made that shit slim. They started producing
price drop.
The fucking The Last of Us, the Uncharted 2. Once they start dropping the bangers and all that shit, then that shit starts selling like hotcakes. Once the price came down to $299, we all know the sweet spot to a console is $299. That's when the people that are not really gamers really don't mind buying the console. You see what I'm saying? Once you get into that sweet spot.
That's right.
Well, that and the library.
Well, yeah, well, games will do that.
Oh,
Pastor Joe, man.
Joe.
Hey, they kicked your ass to the curb, brother. Dang.
Buck, you saw what I posted up there about Buck? You saw what I put on
Chat
Twitter?
is undefeated.
Yeah, man, the chat. Playing with Pastor Joe.
Yeah. I know you already chat, J-Dub. I know you already was on mine.
What?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I know you already chat. Don't worry.
What? Let's talk about Pastor.
You saw what I posted.
Pastor Joe, is your skin nice and dry? We do not need you to be coconut.
Yeah, we don't need no lubed up oily Pastor Joe, man.
We don't want you sleeping and sliding anyway.
I know. Buck. Oh, he did it for Buck. Is that what you said, Pastor?
Oh, shit.
J-Dub, you are
Buck, you better buckle up. You better buckle up.
You are sick.
This is a sick, man.
You'll be slipping and sliding, Buck. Yeah. You better buckle up.
Oh, man.
He's been talking about buckle up since before Redfall.
It's going to be a slippery slope, he says.
Oh, man. Hey, Pastor Joe, he said that to the only non-black guy on the panel. Goddamn, Pastor Joe. Oh,
But play that video I just posted up there. That one support her.
No, that's it. That's gonna be Pastor Joe naked with all the lube.
Never.
Oh, man.
Never.
No, don't trust Pastor Joe. Don't trust Pastor Joe, man.
I don't even know where he's talking about.
You might.
On Twitter.
On Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I got a triple task. Damn.
No. Well, after.
Pastor Joe, do you believe in Starfield?
Of course, man. I mean, one of the points I wanted to bring up when you said it, you particularly made a point where you said Starfield was never hyped. I am very much into Starfield because.
What are you into? What is it that you see in it?
No, wait, listen. I am very much into Starfield, so I will be looking at videos on YouTube about it. And guess what? Every video that is posted up discussing Starfield, the content creator is saying you guys are going wild. They have seen viewership triple fold anytime they post anything remotely close to Starfield. So if that isn't an indication that persons are hungry for this game, persons are waiting for this game, I mean, I don't know what is. For me in particular, I like Bethesda games. I would have played a lot of Bethesda games, Fallout 3, 4, New Vegas, Skyrim. So I know from the A team, which is Todd Howard, I know that we are in for a treat. And guess what? Skyrim sold more than 60 million copies.
Skyrim?
And I guarantee Skyrim. It sold more than 60 million.
What the fuck is Skyrim?
Skyrim was on 3 different generations on more than 6 platforms.
No problem. Right? The mere fact that persons keep buying it.
Starfield projections on PS5 was over 10 million.
The reason why it is it sold that much and it is on all those different platforms is because people keep buying it. That is according to Todd Howard and right? The point is, I know that there are some.
They just re-released Skyrim last year.
Persons are still buying it and still chatting on NPDs. This is what I'm saying.
Pastor, I'll let you talk for a while. But that's not my question.
But that's not.
You didn't answer my question. What is it that makes you excited about that game? That's all.
I just told you I like Bethesda games. I like the way that they structure their RPGs. I like the exploration. I like the classes.
Pastor Joe, you know I got your. We're friends. Pastor Joe, hold on. We're friends on Xbox, right? I can look at your profile and tell if you're lying or not, right? Okay.
Yeah, you could go through anything you want.
I'm doing that right now.
So that is what I like about the Bethesda games, right?
Pastor Joe, what's your
don't worry about it. King Thrash already did it on his show. He just started playing Fallout like 2 weeks ago.
Pastor Joe, what's your gamer tag? Is it like hot stuff?
I've been playing
hot stuffing or something like that. What's your gamer tag?
I thought we was friends.
Yo. Hot lube daddy or some shit like that. I don't know. Pastor Joe, you guys are sick.
Yeah, it's a sickness.
I would think that you would like Final Fantasy though. I would think that you'd want to eventually play that.
I used to play Final Fantasy on PlayStation 2.
Okay.
That is back in the day with
you ain't always been a potato, right?
My older brother, he's a PlayStation dude. So games like that, let's go by him and play it.
Oh, okay.
And, But I primarily game on Xbox
sorry. Just one thing, Pastor Joe. I took you up on your offer. I typed in Starfield into YouTube. And I saw the first video was by Juicehead. He's got 709,000 subscribers. And I wanted to see if his Starfield-related content did indeed bring a lot of viewership.
Correct.
So, okay, all right, cool. So he's got a few things here about Starfield. Lots of Bethesda coverage, Fallout, Starfield, and everything.
Yeah.
Now, Fallout and Starfield
every
content...
stuff.
Let me finish. Fallout and Starfield content, he gets about 180k to 225k views on average per video, just about that. And then for his one Baldur's Gate 3 video 4 days ago, 661,000 views. So how does that support your theory that Starfield is somehow like...
you're trying to reconcile it? Baldur's Gate is out right now for the PC. So it's obvious that persons would want to be going through tips and tricks and so forth. I guarantee you that when Starfield is out, those games would make would make numbers, just as how Baldur's Gate is making numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, you understand? Yeah.
All right. I understand. But the thing is, you still haven't answered me specifically what it is about Starfield that you are like. I look at this game.
What I said.
No, you said Bethesda RPG systems, but you talked about Bethesda games. I
also said something
specifically Starfield.
Yeah, I also said something. What else I said?
What did you say?
Oh, I see you're not a good listener. I said that the way that Todd Howard and his team, which is the A team, structure classes, structure.
But that's not the game. That's not the game. You're talking about the development studio.
This is what I like. You're asking me what I like and what
about
I
Starfield.
saw. What I saw in the game was development about classes, about the stories. That is what
happens in the story.
Intriguing.
Tell me anything about the story.
It is very simple. You are part of a dying crew which goes around searching for different artifacts, rare artifacts, and the goal is to look for these artifacts throughout the universe and see what they do. Because guess what? The artifacts spoke with the main protagonist. And the artifacts gave him some abilities that most likely would be similar to the dragon shouts in Skyrim, right? So that is the gist of the story of Starfield, where you are basically an explorer. You explore the universe, you discover things, and you are part of this dying group that does that, right? So basically exploration and also being able to navigate the universe while exploring the universe. So that's what wonderful. Listen to me, this game will be so great. I'll be playing it for a long time.
Okay, so a few corrections there, right? Because you are part of Constellation, which is the group that you were talking about. But I see nothing there, okay, that says that you have been blessed with powers by the artifact.
What do you mean you saw nothing there? I mean,
they did show him having some kind of weird powers in the one trailer, though. They did.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I know everything.
He had some kind of shit where like everybody like stopped and levitated. Like it's in one of the more recent ones, but you could find it if you look for it.
Wonderful. I see. I see you as you're catching up.
But everything's been completely vague. They just tell you that there's some artifact and that's it, and then you got to go find it. Which that's normal Bethesda. That's just how they do their games.
Yeah. So although no one didn't tell you about the powers, how I look at my videos, is that I look at things in depth. I don't just look at the surface level. You know, I don't like persons to always read and spell for me. I like to look in depth. That is why I was able to discern that just like the dragon shouts in Skyrim, most likely that those artifacts, every artifact that is found, most likely you will be given some sort of ability.
Tommy Ball.
That is how Bethesda games, especially.
I just don't think powers really fits in with like a space like normal grounded like RPG type game.
Well, we'll see.
Cat Nebraska too. Shout out to you.
We'll see. But the point is, this game is on fire. This game, every content that drops on Starfield, it goes crazy.
Pastor Joe, let me ask you this, man. Listen, right? You said
when you play Starfield,
you said the same thing about Redfall, man.
No,
like everybody's trying to get shit. Let me ask you this. Hold on, Pastor. Let me talk. Hold on. You had a whole podcast to talk, Pastor. I let you talk. Let me ask you this simple question, right? So this game is finna get ready to drop.
Right.
How about this? And you gotta be, I want you to keep it honest, right? This game doesn't have ray tracing. It doesn't have instant loading. It doesn't have it fucking has loading screens every time you go in and out the building, just like every fucking Bethesda, all those like Fallout 4 and stuff like that, right? Takes you about 2-3 minutes to get inside of a building. It doesn't have, fucking 3D audio. It doesn't have
no vehicles on the ground.
Yeah, you can't actually land, right? It's just you hit a button and it's a cinematic little thing so it's like you're not really in control. It's just an animation. It's a cinematic movie that they play showing
you can only land where they want you to.
You have predetermined. Yeah, you have predetermined destination, and the thing about it is, there's no way to get around because you don't have vehicles. You don't have a jet or something like that. You can just like No Man's Sky, right? I can fly when I'm in a planet. I can fly around, get to my destination. I can land anywhere. I can do whatever. And this game just doesn't let me have that control. On top of that, the game is 1269p. It's not even 4K, right? It doesn't have any option for frame rates. It's only stuck at 30 frames, and hopefully it'll keep with the 60 frame because it's based on PC because they showed it off on PC. Once you get into some hectic shooting scenes, that shit is dipping. So we know it's going to be under 30 frames a second. Does none of that stuff has any kind of pause for you? Is it just like, I don't care about frame rates, I don't care about resolution, I don't care about next generation features or any of that shit?
How are you going to play that on the cloud on a Samsung TV with that kind of lag? Like, that's going to fucking suck.
I'm waiting to hear from Pastor Joe.
And that is a beautiful question that people would have asked. What they are doing is just giving Samsung consumers a taste of what they can experience on an Xbox platform, right? So it's just basically
has the worst streaming, right? Pastor, you know that, right?
Yeah, that is why when it is Starfield hook these viewers and they say, no, I can't play this on a TV. I need a console to finish with this game. That is what Microsoft is looking for.
Okay, so Pastor, I have done further investigation. Hold on. I've done further investigation because you guys told me that he had powers, and I am a man who is ready to be educated. Okay, so I found the part on the trailer where he makes people levitate. Okay, and now let me tell you how garbage this game is. Okay, as he makes people levitate, hold on, they are shooting at him. Okay, This guy is standing in the open. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people shooting at him. Okay, and they are shooting with guns, right? Because they don't have powers. Okay, then he makes them levitate. He makes them levitate, and then the guns disappear. They just pop out of existence. I can send the link. I am not a liar. I am not a liar. I can send a link. It's a 14-second video.
That sounds kind of janky.
Yeah, janky, it is garbage. Man. It's almost as if they thought. Listen.
Wow.
The guns disappear from thin air.
Wow, and that game is the
where do I put the video? Because I do not like lies. Is it in general? Where do I put this thing?
General or
all right, okay. Cool.
So let me get that straight.
It's a waste of time. Pastor Joe's not going to concede anything.
It happens at the 7-second mark, okay? So, because again, we are not here to lie. You can go frame by frame. In one frame, there are guns in their hands. In the other ones, their guns have disappeared. And now they start levitating. Tell me, Pastor, if this game was made to actually be a flagship product as it should be, why wouldn't they have coded the fact that the guns themselves should have?
Well, yeah, I would ask you to address that question into Pete Hines and Todd Howard. I am not the developer.
But you're the one who said they are the A-team and they are the best of the best. And all of these things you were saying just before.
The track record prove it. And I guarantee you that this launch, although it's coming on Game Pass, would be a massive launch for the Bethesda team. I guarantee you that.
You know, the thing is, I fully agree. I fully agree with you.
Let me finish this. If it is you disagree with my statement and you say that this game is the worst game, it's janky because guns disappear, well, that's on you. Then guess what? Don't play it. It's not for you. But that is what I like to say.
I will not play because it will be garbage. Because the thing is this. I care about the art of gaming. You see, the thing is, this is the difference between people like you and people like me. Okay? The thing is, when I look at a game, I think to myself, does this game elevate the medium? Okay?
Drink a cup of wine.
I hated Skyrim. I played Skyrim for 40 hours and I thought all of it was garbage.
It's not for you.
Let me finish.
Let him finish.
But even I will admit that Skyrim did elevate the medium. Okay, it did break ground and it did make a massive impact for so many people. Okay, so just because I personally hate it doesn't mean that it was not something worth having. But this game here, this one actually specifically, give me specifics. What is it that you see in this game that you are like, oh, this is the game to hype? Because I think that...
If you could admit that although you don't like the style of game that is Skyrim...
No, I didn't say the style of game. I said I hated Skyrim specifically because I like plenty of open world games.
Right. You hated Skyrim specifically. It's cool, right? There's nothing you like about it, right? But you can still admit that it did change the gaming landscape when it comes to RPGs, right?
What did it change? What did it change? What is it doing that no other game? I mean, what you keep saying that, but you're not describing.
It's not me who said that. It's M. It's not me. It's M said that.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking.
I can tell you what it changed. It made console gamers accept as many bugs as PC gamers do.
That's true.
That is the one most important thing that it did for the gaming. It normalized subpar releases, and it proved that hype is more important than art. These are some of the very beautiful things that it gave us on the console side. Because normally those were things that before I associated with PC gamers, but then I realized that no, console gamers want the same, and so we have had many garbage releases ever since Skyrim because it proved to people that you didn't have to shape a complete game. That's what gave us the Dragon Age 2s of the world.
They let the community fix their game.
That is also true.
Wonderful. So, seeing that you have a kind of exquisite caviar taste when it comes to gaming,
yes.
Right? You look for the art in gaming.
The art, yes.
Pound for pound. What game that really brings out the art in gaming for you?
Mass Effect 2.
Yeah, what game?
Mass
Effect brings out the arts.
Mass Effect 2 specifically, not 1,
the next
not
day.
3.
Okay, how so? Explain.
Let me tell you.
What
In Mass Effect 2, this may sound similar, right? In Mass Effect 2, you are a person that has no powers. You have some military background, okay? You work for some kind of space agency, all right? Listen, at some point you encounter an unknown alien artifact, okay? That gives you cryptic visions, all right? And is possibly messing with your mind. Does that kind of sound familiar? Does that kind of sound like something like that has been just copied recently by, I don't know, a field of stars? You know, the whole space exploration thing. There's a mysterious artifact, a previous unknown alien species that is little studied. Yeah. You know, we'll call them the Protheans. But what we call it in Starfield. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's almost word for word. You know, and there's mining of resources in Mass Effect 2, and there's companions on your crew. Oh, that's interesting. Where have we seen that before?
Wonderful.
I've never. No, hold on. There are romance options. Yes. In Mass Effect 2. What else do we have? Oh, you have a bunch of likable characters and cast. Your decisions have consequences, or at least they told us that at the time. I have some gripes with Mass Effect 3 about that one, but that's fine. What I'm just saying is, it's almost as if Mass Effect 2 was trying to be a space opera and was really, really good at that. And then Starfield is trying the same thing by doing the same thing.
And here,
but
and
also copying No Man's Sky along the way.
And this is where I will call you, because you can't say that you, the Mass Effect is us. It's Mass Effect. When you play Mass Effect, and you have a glass of wine, Mass Effect 2, you need to have a glass of wine in your hand, and in your left hand, and a dish of caviar.
I don't drink wine, but I understand. Oh, we lost him again?
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Oh, man. We ain't got number three. No, we just got 3 people in the chat. 3 people watching.
Man, we were up to like 120 people. We're down to 20 again.
Damn, man.
You're not good for business, Pastor. You're not good for business.
He's a podcast killer.
Jesus, man.
Oh, man. It took us a while to get back up there, too.
Exactly. I told you, I don't know what it is about Pastor, man, but he put fucking
makes people want to go to sleep. That's why. He just spews bullshit, and it's just like,
Oh, man.
Hey, look.
God bless that brother's soul. Oh, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Pastor gonna have to come in at the very end of the show, right before we get ready to leave.
Yeah.
So we don't be,
So we're not leaving people hanging.
On the way out, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna say, all right, guys. We're about to get out of here, but before we go, here's Pastor Joe.
They put you in the uncomfortable chairs at fucking the restaurants and shit.
M has already went on record saying that Starfield is going to be trash. It's going to be garbage. But of course, guys are going to treat it like it's the best thing ever because they have no choice. It's the only fucking thing worthwhile that they have. And the whole weight of Xbox is on this game. And if this game, I'm in the mind of Paris. Paris said the other day in the Twitter Spaces I was in. Paris Lily. Oh, come on, Buck. Oh, man. I like this,
because I'm excited and I'm Paris.
Oh, man. We got so Paris said that Starfield has to be a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. It can't be a 8. It can't even be a low. It has to hit. Because they have nothing else, and they Redfall, right? They got a lot of making up to do.
You know, J-Dub, the difference between me and other people is that when I look at something, I accept that it is what it is. I don't expect a chicken to turn into a golden goose in front of my eyes. Like I just look at it and I'm like, you're a chicken. When I look at Starfield, people think that, I'm just hating on it because it happens to be on the other team's games or whatever. But I'm just like, let's just look at it. Let's just look at this game. If you have a game that is supposed to be as monumental as Starfield is supposed to be, why wouldn't you show it? And I know people are like, oh, there's no 30-minute demo because it's a game that you can't demo in 30 minutes. I call bullshit on that. We have had
not
games.
Playable at Gamescom?
Yeah, we have had games that start you out in the middle of the game and they show you a segment of a mission, not the entire mission. They're just like, hey, listen, these are your basic 4 powers. Okay, we have maxed them out for your character. This is not representative of your experience.
Does that a lot.
Right, and it's like, also, your one objective during this demo is to go kill that guy. Now go and explore the 5 different ways in which you can have a completely different experience trying to get to this guy and kill him. Some of you will make it in 30 minutes. Some of you will do it faster. Some of you will break the game and you'll kill him in 5 seconds. But a lot of you are going to experience it in about 20 to 25 minutes. Yeah, that could be something that is done.
A couple of missions. Yeah,
exactly. Even just the space vehicles, they could just have been like, hey, listen, for this demo, you're only going to be in space. Just explore the world. You can get out of the powder chair. You can have a few conversations with your crew talking about, like, they'll be like, oh, at this point in the story, you're chasing down your 4th artifact. You've already picked up on some clues. You know, you've got this pirate lord that's after you. And then towards the end of the demo, you know, you have this whole pirate militia appear. You don't even fight them, but you're just like, oh shit, I'm hyped. I'm gonna get this point where I have to like defend my crew, and we are outnumbered 100 to 1. How are we gonna survive? And that's it. That's the demo. That's it. And people are like, oh well, that takes time away from the developers. I'm like, no, we are 2 weeks away. You are telling me no segment of this game is ready? Yeah. Like no one part of this game is pushed up to the level they can just put you there, even if it's like
gold yet.
Even if it's at the beginning of the game, they could give you a max level character and they say break the game, have fun. Like it's not meant to. It's just meant to put you in that world where you're like, okay, I can see what it will feel like, even if you know that when you're playing through the game, you won't have all of these powers. Like, how hard is it to just put a max level character on the beginning level of a game that you've already finished and be like, there's your demo? How hard is that? Or how hard is it to give you a max level ship with like all of the upgrades and everything, and then just put you in space, give you nothing to shoot at, and just be like, fly around the stars? How hard is that to do? So when you do not do this, you do not market it. The only marketing that has come out of any significance is you don't need a console. You know what I say there? I say, you know, you have garbage on your hands, as I knew from the trailers. Okay, because another grievance that I have is this whole thing about the gaming community where they're like, oh, you can't say that if you haven't played it. I'm sorry, I can. I said Halo Infinite was garbage before it released. I told people, I told Persona, I told Jabari, I told them this is not a flagship product. They told me it's a flagship game because this Halo is at the back of the box. And I said, no, I understand it's a flagship franchise, but this product here that we are being shown is not a flagship quality product. It doesn't matter what they say. Because listen, if Apple released the iPhone 16 Pro and it came with seaweed covering it, it came with moss and dirt and grime, we will say this is not how you treat a flagship product. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but this isn't flagship quality. It's not flagship standard. Then I said the same thing about Redfall. I had people telling me, oh, it could be fun. And I said, no, it's not fun. Do you know why I say it's not fun without playing it? Because I've seen it and it wasn't fun to see.
Man.
It wasn't fun. And I didn't need to play the game, and I still don't need to play the game now to just validate the fact that I already know it's not fun. It's not a good game. It's garbage. And when I look at Starfield, I don't need to play Starfield. I look at what they have shown me. I don't listen to anybody else. They chose to show that 45-minute presentation. They chose to come out with that first trailer. They put that in front of my eyes so that I would establish the quality of the game. And I look at the game and I'm like, that's garbage. Stop telling me to wait until it comes out. Stop telling me that, oh, I need to play this game first. I'm like, no. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a consumer. You gave me your ad. You gave me your marketing material. You told me, hey, Emmanuel, establish whatever you want about the quality of this product to see if it's worth buying. And so I have. Starfield is going to be a garbage product that is going to sell only thanks to the names of the studios and the publisher that stand behind it. Because the stakes are that high. People will not let Xbox come out and have yet another failure after Redfall. Let me tell you, if Redfall had come out to be a 10 out of 10, people would have given you more accurate scores about Starfield. because now the pressure would have been off of Xbox. They would have told you that, oh, actually, Starfield was made by the D team. You know how we always know that Fallout 76 is the B team somehow? Like we know the inner workings of this studio.
Yep.
We just know that Todd Howard actually didn't work on it. I'm like, how do we know this stuff? Like, why do we care? If Gorilla came up with a game with Call of the Mountain and that thing had bombed, no one would have told you that was made by this B team or the VR team. No. They would have been like, that's made by Gorilla and PlayStation. That shit's trash. Nobody gives a shit about the inner working of a studio, whether it's your D team or it was the janitors that coded it. Like, so what? It says Bethesda on the label. All of them are responsible. And Todd Howard stood there saying 16 times the detail. 16 times. Nobody forced him to be on that stage. He could have said anybody else. But he didn't. But no, somehow we evangelize him and we say, no. He didn't know. How could he have known that his own studio was putting out garbage?
Yep.
Same thing's going to happen with Starfield. They're going to be like, oh, he tried so hard. It was his passion.
We've been through that. I mean, we know what they're going to do, what they're going to say. This game is going to, I mean, look what they did to Halo, right? They gave that game of the year. It was voted game of the year before the game even dropped, before it even launched. Like literally 2 weeks before launch, it was given a game of the year status.
Yo, J-Dub, you remember the IGN review girl? She was like, the guns don't sound good, the maps aren't great, the multiplayer is kind of shitty, the campaign is bare, it's empty, the vehicles don't work on the ground. She made a whole laundry list, 9 out of 10. I was like, the fuck? I even listened to Skill Up. I listened to him. And then I heard his final recommendation, and I was like, what the fuck did I just listen to? This guy's just like, oh yeah, this garbage, this campaign is bare bones, there's barely anything to do with the open world, the side quests suck. But you know, being a Master Chief again, I'm like, what? Since when? How? How is it that in the same sentence you can say all of these things that are like garbage? It
should be required that those people go back and re-review it after like 2 years. And then tell me what you think. I just want to see the fucking like the vast difference because people would be a little bit more honest, I believe. Well, maybe not much, but they'd be a little bit more honest.
But we all know. Here's the thing:
once you've had time away from it, you know what I mean.
Sony games review different than Microsoft games, right? It's not the same. Everybody always gives fucking Microsoft the benefit of the doubt, and it's just what it is. Like for example, you can take a game like the Pentiment, right? As good as the game for the crowd is for, it can be a great game, and that's fine. I take nothing away from that game. It's not my type of game. But guys will swear that that's fucking a GOTY caliber game. But then that game is going against fucking Horizon Forbidden West. And dudes will be like, yeah, Horizon is a 85, 86. But they'll give fucking the Pentiment like a 95 Metacritic score.
Horizon has too much reading involved.
Right.
Even the Pentiment has no voice acting.
Exactly.
But it's just like, people are like, oh my God, the dialogue wheel choices. They just kept going on and on and on. And I'm like, you mean all the optional dialogue that you didn't have to go through if you would just want it? People are just like, oh, she just stands there and talk. I'm like,
optional dialogue is okay in a Bethesda game, though. You have to remember that.
It builds the lore, you know, like it's all about lore building, you know. I'm just so glad that there's 16 different conversation trees I could have with this one person. But in Horizon, I have 4 choices. Oh no, just get me to the point. Even though it's always highlighted which one is going to get you out of that conversation.
Yep. And it's all bullshit because it's that way, and that's why a lot of Sony games don't get a 90 or 90 something, right? Most of the games generally deserve to be in the 90s. But because it's Sony and you got those reviewers and those people who are going to do what they do and say what they want to say, they're going to give it an 88. If you think about Sony's, the bulk of their franchises that they have, I mean, good quality stuff, they all land at 88. It's just something about it. But then Microsoft, they can fucking throw out some shit and it's gonna fucking come higher than what it should be. Like, hey, didn't Halo get like an 87 There's no way.
87, and the developer that worked on it told us that 2/3 of the game was being taken out. I'm just like,
it didn't launch with any of the fucking features they promised. It had no ray tracing. It had none of the anything. Even the seasons got bombed. Like even after the fact, they canceled all the split screen and some of the other features that Microsoft can do bare minimum, and they get praised. But we know why, right? People get access to the executives. They get access to free shit, free consoles, free Game Pass, free, they get wine and dine. They get flown out to different events and shit. But fucking as a gamer, your fucking integrity is, these journalists, their integrities are so fucking compromised where it's, at this point, it's a fucking sickness, man. And guess what? I believe Redfall is going to be the same thing. I think it's going to be a mid game, but they have no choice but to fucking overhype the game and give it a fucking 80 something or a 90 just because so much is riding on it. And I don't know. For example, if a Sony game launched with no fucking frame rate options, with no instant loading, with no fucking 3D audio, no DualSense haptic feedback, no fucking 4K, no ray tracing, none of that shit, that would be the end of the world. That would be like the most crappiest game ever, and PlayStation has failed, and they lost a generation. I mean, these dudes would fucking just go in. So it's like Sony has to do twice and 3 times as better. Their games can't just be mid. They have to make visually groundbreaking, never done before type games just to fucking get an 86. Do you see that? Whereas Microsoft can just fucking fart a little dud out or get a little fucking indie like Hi-Fi Rush. I'm not taking anything from it, but fuck it, it's an indie game, right? That game should be compared to fucking Stray, right? Literally.
Yeah.
But they act like it's a fucking game of the year and it's fucking crazy. How do you compete with that? In the media, all of these journalists, they're fucking complicit in all of this. So
listen, Sony gets shot in the foot so that Microsoft can catch up. That's basically it. that is exactly what happens. And listen, Buck, you said this way earlier in the podcast. You said that we want the competition, we want Xbox to stay. I don't. Okay, I'll be the first one to say that this current Xbox can go. This notion, right, that we have that somehow Sony needs the competition, like J-Dub told you, they haven't had competition in 20 years. This is it. This whole thing where you're like, oh, what would happen if Sony wasn't competing? You are witnessing it. This is them not competing. If Xbox was competing, you would have factions by now. If Xbox was competing, they would have bought back Killzone by now. If Xbox was competing, all of those legacy franchises that people always like, oh, why is Sony just sitting on the IP? Why doesn't Sony remake this game? Why doesn't Sony remake that game? This is because they're not competing. This is it. This is your worst nightmare. You're living through it. Yeah. The reason that they can go and take this extra time to work on these things is because they have no competition to put pressure on them to do otherwise. Okay? We are already living in your worst case scenario. Xbox leaving the gaming industry wouldn't even be a blip on your radar if you're a PlayStation gamer. You'll be like, it's a mild day. Nothing has happened. Yeah. That's it. There's no. We need this version. We need this version of Xbox to die. I don't care if that means that Microsoft sells them or quits on them or anything. But this lazy, this just this leper of a gaming giant just idling by, just idling forward, not knowing which direction it wants to take. We need that to be put to pasture. Okay, we need a competitive Xbox once more. Listen, it needs to die.
I think it already has. I mean,
no, this is a zombie that they are trying to keep living. Yeah, they just keep trying different drugs. They're like, oh, we'll try the Game Pass drug. We need them to fully die in order to shape up and come better. We need something to fail miserably and actually fail. This whole being propped up by Microsoft's money, where they're going to buy $70 billion in order to literally give them Activision and something. That's just another experimental drug that they are trying that is not going to work because it's the mentality of the people running the brand. when Phil Spencer comes out and tells you that we will not out-console Sony, you should never be like, that's okay. You should be like, no, actually, we need you to. Yeah. If Jim Ryan came out and it was like, listen, Apple got into the gaming industry, we will never out-console Apple, I'll be like, yeah, nah, not good enough. Go beat them. Yep. I don't care if they have a 10-year head start. They did it with Nintendo.
Yep.
They did it with Nintendo. Nintendo had what, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years on Sony? And Sony was like, yeah, we're going to go for the top.
Nintendo and Sega. And they fucking basically ran both of them out of business. Into the ground.
Exactly.
Market, right?
Exactly.
Nintendo had to sidestep and go do its own fucking thing outside of, to move out of Sony's way. And they just, Sony's been streamrolling ahead, and that's just what it is. But here's the thing: what is Sony doing that other people can't do? Right? They don't have the most money, right? What is it? It's Microsoft got the most money, so you can't say, "Oh, it's the most money." It's that they actually care about their games, they care about their IP, and they fucking care about their brand. They have the desire to fucking be the best and present the best
quality.
Listen, whether you say that Sony showcases are trash or not, that's subjective, right? But nobody can deny, even when they put on a show, even the presentation of the show is high quality, right? From the scissor reels to the lower thirds, just everything is a properly presented, like it's a lot of thought went into it, even the pacing. And then when you look at fucking Xbox in their show, it's very amateurish, and it's more so like a stuffy rich. Yeah. It's like a stuffy rich guy that tries to pretend like he's cool and hip. It's like that guy.
Yeah, it
sounds like a corporation. Yeah, it's like they're and they go and get these same people, right? They go and get the chick with the crazy color hair, try to be cool with the crazy nails. Hey, that's what the hipsters that it all comes off as fucking fake.
Let me answer your question, right? Let me answer your question because I like giving direct answers. You know this, okay? Here's what's the difference between Sony and Xbox is. The difference is that Sony wants your money today and it wants your money tomorrow. I love the fact that Sony is a great corporation. I love the fact that they want to beat everybody else after business. I love it because it means that they have to earn it from me, okay? I need a corporation to want my money. It's the only thing that I give them that is substantive to them. And therefore, they have to give me a product that is substantive to me. This notion that somehow Xbox is just trying to create different avenues for people to get into gaming. No, there's always been avenues to get into gaming. You could wait for a sale. You could wait until your brother hands it down to you. You could wait 20 years until it's basically free and given to you as a coaster. The point is, gaming has never had this impossible barrier that is impossible to climb. There's always been ways for more people to get into gaming. But what is Sony trying to do now? They are trying to make sure that I pay them more money, even though I'm already part of the ecosystem. I love PlayStation Plus. They want me on Extra, I'm on Extra. If they can make this whole cloud streaming thing happen, maybe I'll be on Premium or the highest tier or whatever. Why? Because they want even more money from me. And I am good with that because they give me that value back according to me. I need Xbox to want my money. I need them to want my money, not just today, not just one time, not just for 1 month on Game Pass. I need them to make me want to be a lifelong subscriber. I need them to want to demolish Sony. I am so tired of this defeatist mentality that Phil Spencer has, where he's just coming out each year, just crying, oh my God, we heard you. Oh, we're sorry. We'll do better. No, the thing is, that's what I'm saying. They've all got to go. That's what I'm saying. This version of Xbox. When I say this version of Xbox, again, I don't mean that Microsoft necessarily has to kill it. Then. I mean that this Phil Spencer guy has to go. His leadership team has to go. They all have to be fired. I need someone in there who's going to be dirty, nasty. The only thing I agree with Xbox that has done is the Activision purchase. That is the only thing I agree with. Because guess what? If money is your strength, I think you should use it. I do, except make it exclusive. Okay, I don't want to play COD.
They're going multi-plat though. That's just what they're doing.
I don't even care if they're going multiply. I want you to demolish Sony. If you want to demolish them on multiple platforms on the same time, do it. But then, what are you giving me? No, yeah, see, this is the part where I start to disagree again, because I don't want them to sustain Sony either. I want Sony and Nintendo, okay, as much as they are not in each other's gaming spaces, they don't help one another. You don't see Nintendo games on Sony. They could easily put Nintendo games on Sony PlayStation and sell more money. And do you think that if Nintendo could figure out hardware, if they could figure out how to compete with the PlayStation 6, that they wouldn't do it? Obviously they would. They would, because they don't like Sony either. They're like, hey, you knocked us down from first spot, and if we could, we would take you out. I need Xbox to have the same just mercenary tactics. I need them to want to crush both Sony and Nintendo into the ground. I need leaders that are going to fight. I need leaders that are going to get rid of this stupid Game Pass day and date, because it is literally handicapping themselves, where they cannot spend $200 million on a game because that will never make any damn business sense. Okay, I need them to charge $80. Okay, they need to charge whatever they have to charge so that they can give us these games that we're gonna say, you know what, that is worth $80 to me. You know, I need a Starfield where guns don't disappear, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've said this many a time. Xbox need to go. I honestly don't care if they stay in gaming, but the console itself needs to go. That way, ultimately, I think the fan base, the crazy fan base, will fucking go away and get out of here. They're too fucking crazy. The cult
maybe someone else will step in the position, right? Because there's always
they're always since the beginning, right? There's always been three people in the space. One go as soon as Sega left. What happened? Microsoft step in, and there's always going to be somebody step in, whether it's Apple, Amazon, or somebody will step in. And I know the Xbox, they'll cry and say, "No, I'm gonna step on," and if that happens, then Sony's going to do this, and this. But we just explained to them for the last 30 minutes on how nothing will change if Xbox fucking goes. If we woke up tomorrow and Xbox fucking went away, nobody fucking would lose any sleep. What are we gonna lose? What are we gonna miss? Fucking low-rated games? We're going to miss fucking teasing them about how they fucking got all this money and they still don't know what the fuck to do with gaming.
Paul like, no. Says you don't know what you're talking about.
Man.
He's talking about you, J-Dub.
Yeah, of course I don't. I mean, that's why, I mean, the numbers are on my side. So it is, I mean, the gamers have spoken. I don't have to, listen, gamers speak. They speak with their wallets, right? The majority of the gamers decide to go with PlayStation and not Xbox. Hell, even Xbox guys decided to go with fucking PlayStation, not Xbox. So it doesn't matter, right? But I'm just saying, like, I think the fan base needs to go away. They won't be missed. The crazies. I'm not talking about the real gamers that actually fucking game and buy games and support games. I'm talking about the Game Pass guys that fucking, they just advertise, but they never download or do anything else. So.
Hey, I need the J-Dub to be in charge of Xbox, okay? I need a person that's going to get up in here and then just going to be like, all right, cool. Listen, within 5 years, we're going to be the top dog in the industry, all right? And I don't care what I have to do, how bad I have to seem, okay? I love Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan, some people are like, he's not a gamer. And I'm like, fantastic. I don't want the leader of PlayStation to be a gamer. I don't want Jim Ryan to like PlayStation. I want him to hear that sound. You know why they muted that sound finally? After like 17 years where you couldn't stop the beep on the PlayStation, is because Jim Ryan found it traumatic. Every time he hears that beep, he's like, oh my God, no, I've got to release fashions. Oh no, I've got to make exclusives. Oh no, these guys are on my neck. He is stressed out. It gives him PTSD. That's exactly what you want. You want the CEO to hate your console so that he makes good things happen for you, because every time he hears that beep, he's just thinking about business meetings. He's just thinking about all of the things that we are asking from him. And he's just like, how are we going to keep up? Okay. That's why they finally muted it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the first day, actually, no, he probably already has that firmware. He's already like muted this shit for probably a year and a half now. Okay. Because every time he turns on his PlayStation, he doesn't see any fun. He doesn't see any games. All he sees are business meetings and contracts that he has to sign and all of the things that he has to deliver for us. Because guess what? There are things from PlayStation that they haven't delivered on. this whole 8K shit, listen, I understand that you were just making it compatible or whatever, but you put it in the box. I didn't tell you to put it on your box. So at some point during this generation, I want to see what that whole 8K thing is about. I'm sorry, you have to justify it. And it has to be from your first party. I don't want to hear that the tourist is if 8K textures. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's very cool. That's very neat. I appreciate it.
I don't know if there's any 8K TVs.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They put it on the box at some point in this generation before it ends. I want them to come up with a reason as to why that was justified being put on the box. Okay.
Wait.
You could say to me that Horizon 3 uses 8K textures downsampled to 4K. Great, you've justified it. You could say to me that the next
8K game. The tourist.
No. That's not from them though. That's the tourists. I say from first party. From first party, you have to come out. It's just like BG said. You charge me from PlayStation Plus. You charge me to play online. You have to provide to me multiplayer online experiences that I actually want to play. So I will give them the entire generation. I will give them the generation even when they already released the PlayStation 6. Okay, I want them to justify 8K on the box. They talked about ray tracing. I want to see more ray trace games. Now, of course, they've already kind of done that, but I want to see that for more than Insomniac, okay? I do. Lots of things that PlayStation has said. For example, I have gripes with the UI. I want those to be fixed. So the thing is this. I don't want Jim Ryan to be a gamer. J-Dub, the only problem with the notion of you being the head of Xbox, aside from the fact that you're a black man, is that you will still be a gamer, and I will have a problem with that. I would. If I see you gaming on any platform while you are the head of Xbox, I'm going to have an issue with that, okay? The only games you should play are the games that you are prepping, you are checking, you are double, just going back and forth, turning them inside out and sideways.
Phil's a PC guy anyway.
Listen. We need people out there. I swear to you, if I was head of Xbox, you would never see me play a game. Ever. The only time I will play a game is to analyze the fuck out of it to make sure that it is ready for you guys to enjoy. That will be the only time that you see me in front of the controller. Everything else is a bit like what Sean Layden said. Sean Layden, like when you listen to his interviews, he's like, yeah, I have a lot of gaming to catch up on. Because when he was head of PlayStation, that motherfucker wasn't playing games. Yeah, you don't want a person to play games when he's the head of your gaming business. Do you want the head of Mercedes to go out there driving cars every day? No. You want him in the business room making cars for you.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
You don't want them to be doing the thing, it's always funny that they say that, if you have a really successful photography business, you barely ever take photos. That's right, because you have a photography business. So you're doing the business side of things, You have a gaming business, you should almost never have time to play games. Ever. Well,
here's the thing, I do agree with you. I do agree with you wholeheartedly. Here's the thing. I've always said this, coming as an executive myself, I believe executives belong in the boardroom, cutting deals, doing what executives do. If they're doing anything outside of that, outside of vacation and golfing and bringing in more business and doing other stuff like that, what else is your role? And I'm not talking about when you're off work. I'm just saying these guys he's a gamer at the forefront, but clearly this motherfucker is not good. Either he's not good at gaming or he's not good at telling what's a good game, because look what he's giving you for the last 15 years.
Halo and Redfall.
Let me address
Jim Ryan. Like you said, Jim Ryan is not a gamer. He doesn't know how to hold the controller right. But this motherfucker has been killing it when it comes to games, to everything else pertaining to fucking PlayStation hardware, everything else he's been providing for his fan base.
Let me address the chat there, because people think that when I say the CEO of Mercedes shouldn't drive, that I somehow mean that he's going to be down there literally sketching up with the engineers. No. There's many parts of the business that he should, be allocating people to. That's what I mean by he should be making cars for you. He should get the people in the places that are going to be texting the cars, that are going to be texting your games. Okay? Yeah. Listen, Phil Spencer should be so busy making Xbox One that he doesn't have time to play games. That's what I mean. And yes, he has the mad bullies under him, the Sarah Bonds under him, to actually be the ones who play and text those games, okay? But the point is, he should have so much on his plate. He should be moving people into the right places. He should be getting those QA testers that told him that Redfall was going to be scoring in the 80s and 70s or whatever. He should get all of those things fired, right? And putting new people in. He should be buying Crystal Dynamics, because
I think that's just a thing of them using inside testers instead of outside, because outside people will give you a lot better, info.
But that's exactly what I'm telling you, that Phil Spencer needs to be always on the ball, making sure that all of these people are in the right places, doing the job correctly, and then he can delegate, things down the line to other people. I don't mean that Phil Spencer should be out there in the initiative trying to code for Perfect Dark himself, okay? But the point is this, he should not have time to enjoy the thing he is the head of. No, Sean Layden didn't have time to enjoy PlayStation games, okay? He will play the game and be like, yep, this seems like acceptable quality, but you know who he will turn to in order to actually be like, is this good or not? Shuhei Yoshida. That's why it's Shuhei that went to God of War and be like, yeah, this isn't it, okay? It wasn't Sean Layden that went out there and be like, I'm going to test this myself. No, he's got other things to be doing. And you as a gamer shouldn't even know what those other things are. But the point is, there should be things to run and sustain the business. Get rid of Phil Spencer. He is playing games, not making games, not helping these games be made.
It's too. Here's the thing, man. It's too late. You can get rid of Phil Spencer. It's too late, right? They should have got rid of Phil Spencer after they got rid of Danny D, or after last generation, right? After last generation, and they saw that they couldn't come back, and they gave up and all kind of shit. Get rid of them then. Like, it's too late now. If Phil Spencer leaves, if they got rid of Phil Spencer today, all of the crazies, the whole cult would leave with them. They would follow him to his next job, right? He just has this cult following for whatever reason. Maybe for being last place, right? Maybe just people like being in last place, and so he has this cult following of last place losers, and that's just where it's going to be. But I don't think anything is changing. It's too far gone. They've thrown over $100 billion at this shit, and people still not buying consoles. People still not buying the games. People just, I think the true Xbox fan base, the gamers, have already left. The only thing left are the stragglers and the save face until the end of this generation. I honestly think that's all they can do. There's nothing else they can do. Call of Duty's not going to help them. Nothing else is going to help them. It's just, it is what it is.
The only thing Xbox should acquire next is Sony's management team. That should be
David Jaffe said that years ago. He said they don't need to buy more shit. They got more than Sony and Nintendo already. They need to go poach Shuhei Yoshida. They need to go get Sean Layden, right? He's no longer there. Go find
and if you can't get those people, get everybody that ever worked with them. Like, honestly, go and just steal everybody out from under Sony. Give them $1 billion. Give them $10 billion. Whatever you have to. Make sure that you understand how Sony runs their business, and you put those people in charge, and you can flush out everybody that you have now. When you play a game of cards,
they do know. Think about it. Xbox made the same mistake that PlayStation did in the PS3 gen by making multiple consoles. They made the same mistake PS3 did 2 gens in a row with back-to-back, and didn't learn shit from their competition. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Flush out everybody that you have now. Games where you have cards in your hands, and then on your turn you can choose to just flush out every single card, no matter whether they were good or bad. You're just like, listen, there is so many bad cards in my hand. It's not even worth holding on to the 1 or 2 good cards. Okay, like Sarah Bond, she looks great. She looks like she's doing a great job. As if Game Pass was separate from Xbox, I would be like, this is a pretty damn good quality service, right? Like, it would just be a thing on its own. And Sarah Bond will be in charge of that, and I'll be like, she seems like she's doing a great job. She is a good card in a Microsoft hand. But the thing is, there's so many bad cards that it's not worth holding on to that. All of that leadership team needs to go, and they need to just reshuffle and pick up brand new people, hopefully with experience from their largest competitors at Nintendo and at Sony. And then they need a brand new company culture.
she's a likable person though, but she's a likable person. The problem is she's hired and she's chosen to continue whatever strategy that Satya and Phil Spencer put out there. So
Services.
Yeah, so you can change, you can put a pretty face out there, but if that strategy, like for example, Microsoft has a strategy
is still in charge.
Yeah, the strategy of putting it on TV, putting it on mobile phones, apps, browsers, PC, everything else under the sun. That's been in place for quite some time now. Gamers are not fucking with any of it. So therefore, it doesn't matter what face you put out there. If the product is shit, it doesn't matter. So she's going to get the same results that Phil got from last generation, right? So at this point, until they change the complete management and they decide to change strategy, now, I don't know. Maybe they're too far gone to change strategies. They've already convinced the fan base that they don't have to have big blockbuster AAA first party IP.
Starfield shit told you everything. They're telling you don't need a console. They've been telling you the console sales don't matter for fucking 5 years.
But that's what I'm saying. The strategy, the game plan is already set. I don't know. Maybe everybody on the panel agree. Microsoft's strategy hasn't changed anything. It's not helping. They bought Bethesda. That didn't change anything, right? They bought ZeniMax. That didn't change anything. Now they're buying Activision Blizzard for $70 billion. Guess what? It's not going to change anything. Xbox
it's staying multi-plat because they already signed a 10-year deal.
Well, even if it was exclusive, right? Your console is unpopular. The name of your console is unpopular. Nobody likes it. It's like, I hate to say, Xbox is like the ugly kid that nobody wants to play with, and they have to change the name. It can't be and maybe that's why they don't even mention the name Xbox anymore.
Isn't part of the rebrand. Remember, they just rebranded.
It's only Game Pass. It's no longer Xbox. It's just Game Pass.
It's console and PC Game Pass.
Yeah, they want to kill the Xbox. The name Xbox is tainted so bad with failure for the last 25 years.
It's over.
I'm gonna be honest. If I'm not really a gamer and I have a Samsung TV, there's nothing that's going to persuade me to fucking click on my remote control and download that shit or try it. It's just nothing is just that compelling that's going to do that. Now, I guarantee you, if they had Spider-Man video game, Spider-Man 2, and they showing that, oh shit, like Spider-Man is something that they can get behind. God of War is something they can get behind. Sony has IPs that they can get behind it. Fucking Starfield. Nobody knows what a fucking Starfield is. Nobody knows that. Unless you're a diehard Bethesda, they haven't established the name Starfield or the brand Starfield. Nobody, it's a brand new IP that they haven't even gave enough service to make people aware of it. And that's unfortunate. But that goes back to management. Microsoft they've always had shit management within the last couple of generations. Peter Moore was the best thing that ever happened to Xbox, and that was the generation that was beating the shit out of Sony. So go figure, right? But people love Phil Spencer. They're going to stick with Phil Spencer. He's their guy. It is what it is, guys. We're just going to ride this shit out until the end of the generation, and they'll get out of console gaming and focus on web browsers and cloud, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't even see any of that shit working. I just don't. I don't see anything working for them. It's just that shit just... It's a fucking sucky brand.
I couldn't steer it from being a rest in peace Xbox podcast if I tried, Mr. Rodriguez. It's that, I mean, it goes where it goes. I guess we could talk about Spider-Man, but you know.
Fucking what about Spider-Man?
Freddie Wayne pulled up.
Freddie Wayne, what's good, Freddie?
Xbox is dog shit, right?
Freddie Wayne is the Xbox guy of the group, and he's the only one that's level-headed that knows what Microsoft, what Phil is trying to do. Go ahead and enlighten us, Freddie Wayne. Tell us.
Put these ponies in their place too.
Yeah, tell us what's going on with the Xbox console and where it's going in the next couple of years?
Well, the roadmap is clear because Phil Spencer started laying down a foundation probably shortly after he took helm. But what was that, 2014?
Yeah.
It's basically it's just, I'm gonna sum it up like this: it's Xbox everywhere. They're trying to have Xbox everywhere. Xbox is the brand, everybody knows that. But Microsoft wants to be able to be in all spaces: your living room, your office. They're doing the same model that they do with their Windows Office products, but they're doing it with the console. That's why cloud is what it is. Think about it. If you are on a business trip and you're away from home and you need to get into your work computer, what do you use? You're going to use virtual machine, right? To remote into your computer. If you want to play your console and you're not at home, what are you going to do? You're going to remote play into it. Or plan B, you're going to use the cloud and do cloud gaming. That's the same thing with people that need more storage, or they need storage outside of their hardware from their office. What do they buy? They buy a bunch of cloud storage. It's the same concept, and they're doing it with the games. But Xbox want to be everywhere. They even want to be on PlayStation console.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if next year there's a big announcement, the PlayStation 5 Pro be backward compatible with Xbox games library. That would not even shock me. It might shock you Sony people, but it wouldn't surprise me.
That'd be good.
They're trying to be.
But for that to happen, Xbox has to be gone, though.
That means that the Xbox will be out of the console space.
They wouldn't necessarily be gone. They just have to be convincing of convincing Sony that this will be a good idea for everybody.
How would you convince Sony and Nintendo, who make consoles, who want people to buy their consoles and not the competitors, to put their games on that? You wouldn't.
The same way they're doing currently.
Since Sony and Nintendo turned it down previously, right? And I've always said the only reason they turned it down is because they're competing for customers in the console space.
That's true. But that's not the technical reason. The technical reason is their architecture.
Okay. How about this? It's not even about that. How about this, Freddie Wayne? I'm on this block over here and I'm selling drugs. You on the next block selling drugs, right? You want the customers to come to you. I want the customers to come to me. Now, if you tell me, hey, I got some drugs I want you to sell, I'm like, nah, I want to sell you some of my drugs. I'm not going to put, so, but once you say, hey, listen, man, I'm getting out of the drug business. I'm going to go start me
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Then guess what? I have no problem selling your drugs now.
I know what you're saying. Currently, with Jim Ryan, yes, they want Xbox completely out of hardware business for that to be a viable option of them bringing Game Pass or just bringing Xbox anything onto the system. I get that, but let me just push back a little bit. Currently, Microsoft has what we could arguably say two hardware type divisions: the game console division, which is Xbox, and then they have the tablets or computer, which is the Surface. Surface tablets is competing with every other manufacturer that make PCs and laptops and computers, and they're running the suite of Office products the same way these other computers are running. No one is pushing back on Microsoft saying, hey, we want to do this Office that, but
that operating
you got
system is totally different from PC.
You got that Surface. Totally you got that Surface. Laptop over there. Blah blah blah. Like nobody sweat that.
Freddie, they just rebranded the Game Pass and removed Xbox from it. It's now console. Xbox has nothing to do with the new Game Pass.
You're still on that stuff. We're not going there anymore, Heath. Game Pass is Game Pass. Xbox is the gaming brand. Game Pass is just a product underneath the Xbox umbrella.
I don't think so. I think Game Pass.
I also think it's the opposite. Yeah, I think Xbox is a part of the Game Pass umbrella.
Game Pass is everything.
Did you guys watch the last showcase?
Yes.
Okay.
They didn't mention Xbox at all.
What was that showcase called again? Refresh my memory. Xbox Showcase.
Was it the Xbox and Bethesda showcase?
And that was
it was.
Rebrand.
Wasn't the Xbox and Bethesda
Game Pass because they just rebranded Game Pass within the past month.
They've been saying Game Pass for longer than the past month.
They just rebranded all the Game Pass and put it into tiers, and it says console.
Go watch them. Go look.
What I'm saying is they've been saying Game Pass ever since there was PC Game Pass. They've been saying Game Pass. They wasn't so specific on calling it a specific type of Game Pass. They were saying PC Game Pass.
Now there's 3 tiers to it.
It's been tiered. All they did was take Gold and renamed it. That's all they did. They took Xbox Gold Live and renamed it into Game Pass Core. That's the only thing they did. That's it.
Yeah.
Anyway, get back to my point.
It's called a rebrand, and the fucking console used to be Xbox Game Pass, and now it's just console Game Pass. That's what I'm telling you.
No, we're not about to go down this he say, she say, or tomato.
It's on their fucking documents.
We're not about to do that. We're not about to do that because it's a irrelevant conversation to what J-Dub asked me. We're talking about what Xbox is doing in the future and where they plan on going. And I said Xbox everywhere. Xbox is the gaming brand. It always has been. It will continue to be that. They're not going to debunk the name Xbox. That's not going nowhere. They'll have more products with different names, but it's still going to be under the Xbox umbrella. And that's why all their studios are called Xbox Game Studios, because all those studios they've been acquired are now under Xbox Game Studios. Even though they got their individual studio names, yes, they are. Even though they have their individual names like Bethesda and Obsidian and Compulsion Games, all that stuff, that's just the mini studio names. But the companies that these studios were under are pretty much nothing. They're now called Xbox Game Studios. And these are all the studios underneath Xbox Game Studios.
No. He's right. They've been rebranded in 2019 to Xbox Game Studios. They used to be called Microsoft Studios.
They used to be Microsoft Game Studio. And the funny thing is, they still use Microsoft Gaming as a name because Phil Spencer technically is the CEO of Microsoft Gaming. They don't even call him CEO of Xbox. But get back to the whole thing with getting on PlayStation. I think it's a possibility. They might have to get rid of Jim Ryan for it to happen, but I can see it possibly happen. Will it be curated is the question. Will they limit?
Why would they get rid of Jim Ryan when they're having record profits? That doesn't even make sense.
Because he just had a kerfuffle with the whole, ABK blocking.
No.
And I don't knock that. Doing what he needed to do.
Hold on. You went off the rails.
Let me just say one thing. Let's just respect something. Listen. Jim Ryan is the man that made PlayStation Europe, into what it is, which is the top selling division, because PlayStation Europe is actually in charge also of PlayStation Oceania, where we in Australia are, and then also deals with PlayStation Africa's efforts. So it's very close and dear to my heart because it's thanks to PlayStation Europe that I have access to PlayStation. He is the one that made that successful after it was the worst performing part of not only PlayStation but pretty much Sony as a whole. So Jim Ryan built PlayStation.
That happened under his tenure?
Yeah, that was him. That was him reporting all the way back to Japan to the CEO of Sony. So again,
he ran Europe.
So again, this notion that Jim Ryan somehow is just like some decent guy that came out of nowhere, or he was just promoted for nothing. No, he made PlayStation what it is.
We know that it's not true.
But the thing is, when people say like we're gonna get rid of Jim Ryan, I'm like, no, he did his job as part of PlayStation Europe, and he's doing the same job as part of the CEO of PlayStation.
Well, I didn't mean to offend you. Let me reword that because I'm
the only way that Jim Ryan gets gotten rid of is if they make him the CEO of Sony altogether.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
good point.
Sony has been able to do that.
Or he just made my point on his own.
Right, but you just made my point because I'm critical of Phil the same way. Phil needs to step aside. So what I should have said is Jim Ryan either needs to step down or step aside. I believe.
Why would he need to step aside when when he has been successful for 20 years as part of the company?
Let me explain. Let me explain. you got Matt Booty, who's technically supposed to be running all things Xbox, and then you also got this marketing person that looked like they're grooming, Sarah Bond. One of these cats should be kind of like the visual, the face to face, the liaison, so to speak, with Xbox. Phil done what he needs to do. He basically made something viable with the launch of the Game Pass, the backwards compatibility, and then the cloud. So he's made it viable now. So he pretty much did what he needed to do, even though you got the fanatics that's still praising him. I'm not a big fan of his because he is anti-console. He's anti-hardware. He prefers PC.
But he gave you the Xbox diehards would say he just gave you 2 next generation consoles. So how is he anti-console?
No, he is a PC guy. That's a fact.
No. I'm playing devil.
Yeah, he's playing devil. Yeah, those are in the pipeline. We all know that these consoles are scheduled years out before they ever make it to market. So there was consoles that was already in pipeline. These R&Ds are making stuff all the time.
Leftover parts.
Exactly, they're making new stuff or they're working on stuff as we speak. So they'll walk up to the R&D office and probably say, "Hey, what do we got to come out in the next 5 years? Do we got something that we can put out there? What do we need to do? Blah 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 blah." So I'm sure these consoles are already ready because I don't know if it was a news clip I watched or something, but they said they was already working on the Xbox Series console when the One X had dropped when they released it. So it was already in the pipeline. Now people could say, "Oh, Phil gave us that." No, the hardware team gave us that.
Yeah, that's part of the pipeline.
No, Phil did. If you have a leader of a company, he is responsible for everything that happens bad and everything that happens good. Okay, we don't go like, "Oh, President Obama, he didn't fire those missiles or he didn't provide that aid." Yes, we know that he wasn't piloting the missiles and he wasn't handing out cartons. But the point is, it happened under his administration. It happens under his rule. So that is what he delivered. Phil Spencer delivered you with the Series generation, and also he delivered you with the Xbox One generation, because while he was not the head of Xbox at the time, he was part of the leadership team, as he himself has admitted. So he made those decisions as well. He was in the room, he could have said something, and he agreed with the direction that they took. So again,
Phil's been working for Microsoft for a very, very long time. We all know that.
So the thing is, he was part of delivering both generations.
But when I talk about pipelines, I'm talking about things that were green lighted without his okay. When I say pipeline,
he definitely greenlit the Series generation. That was definitely under him.
It's debatable, but yeah.
How is it debatable? Because the thing is, if you look at PlayStation, the PlayStation 5 started being developed in 2015. That is after Phil Spencer took the job in 2014. So again, you have to kind of think that these companies will be working along similar timelines in order to deliver whatever they do deliver. It's not like
exactly. They were working on the Series S when the One X had dropped. So yes,
that was under Phil Spencer. Yeah.
I'm saying it's debatable because we don't know when the project was greenlighted.
But it was green. The earliest it would have been greenlit is 2015, which will mirror.
It could have been greenlighted in 2013 when the One was dropped. We don't know.
They don't. No. They don't immediately greenlight the next project. Okay.
They do.
Yes, the hardware team keeps working, but they do not have direction.
Was pretty much a done deal when the One X dropped.
Which is under Phil Spencer
till after the Scorpio came out. That's
exactly which is under Phil Spencer.
It was a done deal. I gotta find the clip that when they said it. But
think about it. They're not going to develop that before the Scorpio even comes out. As soon as that gen started, they started working on the Scorpio. You know what I mean?
J-Dub, do you remember some of those court documents or emails that leaked where it was one of the manufacturers that mentioned one of the upcoming consoles in their press. I think it was one of the TV manufacturers. Do you remember that? It was like a slide, and someone leaked the slide, or people were showing the slide,
Maybe.
and they was talking about one of these consoles, and that was a while back, and I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
your point.
So what I'm saying is we don't know exactly. We can kind of guesstimate, oh, it probably was around this time, between this time and that time. But we don't know exactly, because these roadmaps could be 10 years, they could be 15 years. We're assuming that they're 5 years. But we know that when there's documents that get leaked and emails get leaked, they're showing 10-year roadmap. They want people to sign a Call of Duty contract for 10 years.
Are pretty vague. Come on now. All businesses do that.
Okay, but Fredwin, I'm sure you have a more salient point.
You could say they could be vague, but we don't know. What I'm saying is,
but you say green leaks. That's different from roadmap.
They're making people sign 10-year Call of Duty contract. Just giving an example of how they be 10 years out on something. When it comes to hardware, they have to estimate what technology is going to be available at a certain time.
And they also said that they can't enforce those deals either.
Anyway, so they have to kind of estimate what hardware is going to be available 5 years from now or 3 years now. And let's say they want to drop something in the next 2 years. So they're going to guesstimate and estimate what technology is going to be available then, and then they try to manufacture accordingly, and then they want to be ready to change something if they have to accommodate
from green lighting
technology.
Because you don't green light something when you only get doing guesses. You green light something once you have actually narrowed down the scope.
No, I'm not talking about guesses, dude.
You literally were. You literally said 10-year projects. I'm not talking about the technology that will be there.
I'm not talking about guesses. I'm talking about a project. If they're going to release another console, they want to have a pretty close to educated estimation of what technology is going to be available.
That's just you avoiding the word guess. You literally just dodged around the word guess.
But they just don't know what's going to be available 5 years from now. There could be something
which is
newer.
a guess, which is what I was just talking to you about.
It is my point. But what I'm saying is they already know 5 years prior that they're going to have a release of a console 5 years later, or 7 years later,
according to
or 10 years later.
Yeah, why do you keep extending? No, like it's like 5 years and we agree. Then you're like 7 years, we still agree. Then you're like 10 years, and I'm like, okay, now we have to.
I don't want to debate with you because I don't really like you that much. What I'm trying to tell you.
Wait, hold on. What is this? What do you mean you don't like me?
Listen,
what do you mean you don't like me? This is the first time I'm talking to you.
Listen. You and I don't know when the 1X was written down and said, hey, we got this much budget we're going to put into the mid-generation console. You and I don't know.
What do you mean you don't like me?
Is when we're going to do the Series X console, the Series S console. We don't know.
Freddie Wayne, hold on. What do you mean by you don't like me?
I don't like you.
But why? This is.
Did I stutter?
I've never talked to you.
I don't like you. You're a pompous ass. I don't like you.
Wow. I want you to know that I like you quite a lot, actually.
You don't know me to like me or not like me.
No. Just like you don't know me and you decide to not like me, I decided that you're my favorite person on this podcast
just from the conversation I've had with you, this is the second time I had a conversation with you. Last time I had a conversation with you, J-Dub booted me. The last time I had a conversation with you.
Okay, fine. But listen, I think you're great.
I've had enough exchange with you to know that
I think you're great.
Like you.
I have enough exchange to think that you are my favorite person on this planet at the moment right now.
Anyway, I'm done talking.
That's not sarcasm either. I think he's being sincere.
Yeah, no, I truly mean it, Freddie Wayne.
I think he is. I've been listening to him tonight. He's been going on for a couple hours, and I think I've got a good feel. And I think he's being sincere.
Thank you, Buck. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes you just gotta have a person translate that for you.
He's another snake like Buck, ain't he?
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yo. But hey, listen, Freddie Wayne. You came in here and you said that PlayStation would somehow allow Microsoft to put anything. No. You actually said something worse. You said that the next PlayStation might be backwards compatible with Xbox games. I'm asking. I'm not.
Oh wait, where did this one again?
Freddie.
This bit. This is a rerun of this bit.
What's
we did this one last time.
Yeah, what you do to my boy Freddie Wayne, man? What you do?
Freddie Wayne, like Pastor did Porter.
Is it my love? Is it my love that broke him this time?
He said you a pump his ass. Pump your ass. I don't know what he said, but
I'd be out of the loop. Motherfuckers say Pastor is on like a bunch of podcasts, and then Freddie's hurt. Like I don't know. So all this shit's new to me. Like Emmanuel, he might as well be saying some shit that
But what did I say? I just said that I like the guy. Now he's muted himself. I have no idea what's going on. And the thing is, I was just about to get it back to gaming because he said that what is it? The PlayStation 6 might be backwards compatible with Xbox games.
Yeah. There's a lot of tension in this country, but there's also a lot of tension in the gaming community right now.
Here, Xbox guy.
That's why we need to disclose the extraterrestrial so we could.
Yo, J-Dub, how is it that you say you like someone and then they mute themselves? Like,
oh man, listen, I don't know.
What would he do if I told him that I was in love with him?
Oh man.
He would just disable his account. Is that what it is? Is my
oh man,
my love is being rejected here. I feel like I've been stood up. It's like Valentine's Day, last year. Nobody showed up for me.
Freddie was getting to a good point too.
I didn't know y'all had a history.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. I'm out of the loop. I didn't know there was.
I didn't know the sexual chemistry between us was occurring.
Oh man!
I thought the feeling was mutual. I thought this is a good guy.
I figured it out. Is a good guy. He's as spicy as Freddie. That's why. It's
man.
Yeah, they're colliding. They can't exist. They're the same. Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy. That's.
He met his match.
Buck said two spices don't make a match. Oh man.
Oh man.
Hopefully y'all can reconcile and work that out.
Yeah.
I like the guy, like he said that this is the second time I see him. I'm like, you look like a fine dude, and he calls me an arrogant, pompous ass, and I'm just like, well, you're right. So that's why I like you. You tell it like it is.
My sarcasm has gotten me into trouble with Freddie in the past too. He's called me a snake and all kinds of stuff, and I'm just.
But the thing is, he still speaks to you.
Being goofy. I'm not like.
He still speaks to you. He just muted himself for me. I feel hurt. I've never had a person use that technique before. I feel like I'm giving the silent treatment. I don't know what to do.
Oh man.
How are you going to come on the podcast and then mute yourself? That seems...
oh, man.
Hey, Pastor,
Buck, what kind of podcast you running around here, man? God,
you can't blame... Oh, shit. I thought he was with you.
Nuh-uh. Hey, you streaming today. See, if I would have streamed, then, we would have had Law and Order.
I mean, as long as he's not a scammer. He's not scamming the community or anything.
Yeah. Last time, last show you had scammers on. God, what's up, man?
That was your show.
Yeah, but but that wasn't my Discord though. That came.
Yo, Buck. So the problem is with you, huh?
Yeah,
no, I don't think so.
I'm just trying to come in here, talk the truth. I've been insulted.
I honestly don't know.
He wanted to get his shit off.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, you kept. I don't know.
If he would have got here an hour earlier, it's like,
So we have Pastor tell us that he's oiled and sleek and ready with coconut oil up and down his body.
Oh man, Pastor Joe. Oh man, yeah.
He be looking for that affection. Now Freddie Wayne comes in here and I give him my affection gratis, free. And now he does. Now he's giving us silent treatment.
Last time.
Pastor got kicked this time. Did you kick him?
I forget.
Yeah, Pastor got kicked both times.
Oh shit.
We run the business back here. We can't afford to be losing customers. We trying to get my boy. Hey, y'all hit that like and subscribe. We trying to get my boy Buck to 200 subscribers. Every time fucking Pastor Joe show up, man, he lose about 3 or 4.
20, 21.
God damn. Man, come on. Listen. Hey, we finna get ready to end the show, man.
Yeah, we've gone 3 hours.
We had some drama, You know, some a little bit of everything. Y'all hit that subscribe.
Whoever
hit that
showed
like.
up, whoever showed up, you know, shout out to you. Heath is always showing up, man. We don't even like invite that motherfucker. Yeah. He just shows up. He's already here, ready to go.
My brother Heath is always down.
Yeah. You don't even have to put the bat signal. He's just here.
Yeah, we catch Freddie Wayne every now and then. He'll be around. We just gotta watch now. So. He don't get along with M, so we're gonna have to sneak M.
I don't even remember our last conversation. He said that this is the second time that we interacted, and I'm like, I never seen you. Like, who is you? I don't know.
I told you, he's an Xbox guy.
I think it happened before.
But the thing is, I'm like, Xbox guys are, you know, they're kind of interchangeable. You know, they're just one person spits one level of delusion, the other person spits their own type of delusion. It's all kind of, it's all fiction, no facts. So it's hard to distinguish between them. You know, like I've never confused J-Dub and P-Rock. I never confused, you know, Buck and anybody else that kind of speaks some sense. Even though Buck has some Xbox tendencies in him, you know, like he.
Do I?
Xbox, you know, Buck, you have some Xbox tendencies. You think Xbox is still necessary in this whole game?
No. I just, I don't think they're necessary. That's just my dreaming thing, you know. Like,
you see, I told you. You see, a little bit of delusion in you.
I know. I understand where we're at, and you know, I pretty much think the brand as we knew it is over.
Yo, Freddie, how are you in the chat and you are in this Discord, but you prefer to talk in the chat instead of talking to us? That's crazy.
Oh man.
So that means you're at the computer. Here I thought maybe you went to like a toilet break or something, but here you are walking right then and there, and you are still in this Discord and you refuse to speak.
Oh man.
Yeah. Freddie, you could get the last word, Ed. You get the last word. Yeah. We'll let you get the last word because we need a bot to balance this out. I swear to God, I do not mean for it to become like some kind of rest in peace Xbox podcast.
Well, come on,
but I let everybody talk. I lean with the way I lean, but I mean, I don't even own a PlayStation 5, so you can't.
Oh, when you get in that, when you
can't say I'm a pony, and I'm not really. I didn't come up in the Xbox culture. You know, I came over from the PC and
Yo, Buck, when you get a PS5?
I don't know. I'm down.
See, the thing is, I'm always interested in the people. No, so are you saying that you're not getting a PS5 because money is keeping you away?
No.
Or because
I just haven't got to it yet. But
okay,
I mean, I was the same way with the PS4. I got the PS4 at the end of it and went back and played all the shit that God of War and Spider-Man. And I went through them all honestly, the major shit. And I'll probably do the same thing with the PS5.
Listen, that's a perfectly valid tactic, man. You're getting when the generation's nearly over. You've already got like years of great games already there. You can just buy them up.
Yeah, it's about that library.
Or you can, they'll probably all be on the subscription service by then anyway. So it's like you just literally line them up, download them all, and then just play them one after the other. That's a good technique.
Getting the old physicals too. Go on eBay and get them for $20. That's the way I do it. So
hey man, I've
always kind of been like that.
I respect that, man. There's different types of gamers, and like I was telling last time, it's not about when you get in or what price you pay. It's just about respecting the art of gaming, man. That's all I care about. I just want people to like, if you want to be there day one, you pay the day one admission. If you want to be there, when it goes to free TV and ad supported services, then that's perfectly fine. Just don't be asking for day one admission on a free TV price. That's all it is.
Well, Pastor, I do want one. And to be honest, I am kind of hoping Starfield is a really good game, and I don't know if that's gonna make me stick with the Series X or anything, but I want it to keep me engaged in Game Pass and be able to.
Are you gonna get? Do you have a Series X?
Yeah.
I thought you said you came over from PC.
I mean, I came over for like a few years ago, and I got a.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
he has a game PC, and he has 5 Series X's.
But I got back into like console gaming after.
So
I don't know.
What is it that the Series X gives you that the PC doesn't? That you were like, I'm gonna invest in a Series X.
broken heart.
No, because I mean, I had the one. I had a.
J-Dub is our broken promises.
Oh man, he's a two-time failure.
It was new, and then shit, I was bound a lot of.
But wait. But if you have a gaming PC,
no, I didn't go directly from PC. I didn't go directly from PC. It says, "Oh, I'm gonna become an Xbox person." No, I just for a long time, like I'd say about from GameCube, after the GameCube, between that and the Xbox One era, I didn't really play on console. Like I accept old shit, and then I got back into console.
So where you came? So where are you now on the whole PC to Xbox landscape?
Yeah, I didn't have a PS2. I didn't have a PS3.
I mean, just right now, today, where are you on PC or Xbox? Are you more closer to the Xbox side, console side of things, or are you closer to the PC side of things?
Yeah, I'd say the Xbox side.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd play more of that.
Because I'm not questioning your decision. I just want you to understand.
Yeah.
I just want to understand, kind of like how you game. Okay, that's cool.
Yep.
Yo, Freddie Wayne, I still don't understand how you are in the chat and you are here. I have never seen this. Has anyone ever seen this happen before? I am confused.
Listen, I've been around here forever, man. This first time I ever seen.
What about Grid? He would do that.
Yeah, but that's because of what I did. That's because I was stumping his ass out.
Actually, he would. You know what? At least Freddie sticks with the silent treatment and doesn't do the I'm not talking anymore, and then he starts talking like 2 seconds later. Yeah.
Hey, Freddie said, "Yeah, you a pumpus ass," and then muted, and then walked off and went in the chat.
Yeah, and literally go walk to the chat. I'm like. And the YouTube,
maybe he's outside smoking a cigarette right now or something,
But when he had to say something like, "Hey, I'm gonna stomp you out like in 5 minutes," like, damn, Freddie, I'm uncomfortable right now.
I'm just trying to let it get to 4 hours so we could say we did another 4 hour show. That's all.
All right, okay. How long until 4 hours?
I think we got like 2 minutes.
Oh, all right, that's close. All right.
Trying to just Freddie, come on, you get the last word. Before the last show before Big Damu's return, you'll get the last word from the broadband bullies to the audience. Oh man! Oh my God! They both left me hanging.
Did we make it to 4 minutes to 4 hours now?
No, we got like 30 seconds.
We got like 30 seconds.
Well, left. I guess everybody's still there. We're down to 22. Damn, they already fucking took off. I can't believe it. They left me hanging. Shit, maybe I should play a song.
I finish it off for you. We'll get the last 30 seconds. I am looking forward to the next live service games coming from PlayStation. I want to see what the PlayStation live service game looks like. And I'm curious as to what strategy they're going to go with. I don't know if they're going to go for free to play. I don't know if they're going to be like, okay, it's paid, but you can also get it through PlayStation Plus. I don't know if they're just going to be like, nope, it's a full paid package. You pay us if you want to get in. And I think that's going to be an interesting part of the gaming journey, because obviously we've never had PlayStation kind of like dive in so deep into the whole live service thing. So what do you think, which road do you think they will take?
Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Whatever makes them money.
On that bombshell.
But we just, as long as people push back, but I don't know. It's like, I don't really care. I don't play any of that shit. I don't really care.
Well, I mean, you have a PC, right? So wouldn't you be also like kind of curious as to how those games perform?
Depends.
Because they will release day and date on PC.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been really into that. I mean, I was always like a Steam guy, so I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. Oh shit, Max City, shout out to you. Oh, shout out to Cold Blooded Sensei too for pulling up right at the end. So yeah, we made it to 4 hours, 4:01, and J-Dub took off. Freddie, the shit stain, and yeah. Oh, and then so Emmanuel. I think you would do well on the panel. I don't know if we get back rock and rolling. I think your cap. I think your cap might be enjoyed by by Z. I think he might.
First of all, I do not cap, sir. You know?
Oh, okay.
I never have. I never have. I just speak facts the way that they are.
Okay, well, telling your truth on his platform, I think would be. I think
because if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it. You know, what
he might be entertained by it at the very least, or laugh at it.
You know, feel free to help me fill out my application. You know, and see what I can do.
And yeah, we'll be back. I guess hopefully tomorrow. Shit, we'll be back on. And shout out to Freddie Pastor, Porter Rock. Shout out to Porter Rock for coming through, and whoever else I missed.
I'll be on his
Emmanuel
podcast tomorrow if he makes it. You know, sometimes he's got to go.
All right, and then we're gonna leave you with. Oh shit, I don't have it ready. Actually, let me. You know what? Yeah, I don't have it queued up.
My investigation,
I was playing this earlier, but I'll just let it go.
Investigate if this really happens, though.
Have a great time.
How's about I investigate if it really happens, though? And I know your first question. Your first question to be, well, King Thrash, how are you going to know what they read, where they read, or how they read? And the answer is more simplistic than seeing who's more successful in life. You see, during my investigations, funny things have happened. Hilarious, even. You see this right here?